presenter for today has been working for more than 13 years in the field of quality, health, safety, and environment. She currently works as QHSE manager in a construction company and is a licensed chemical engineer in the Philippines. She completed her Bachelor of Science Chemical Engineering from Batangas State University. Ang ating trainer po ay very competent. She already completed her international qualifications such as the Bosch International General Certificate, International Diploma in Safety Engineering, and as well as auditor courses. Specifically talaga po yung 14,001 which we will be discussing today at marami pa pong ibang international trainings as well as local sa Pinas. She's also an approved OHS EMS generalist by OSHAD. She's very well versed in the implementation of health and safety management system. She's also a graduate member of IOSH and the deputy chairperson of FILSA training committee. So let us all welcome our presenter for today, Ms. Jolivet de la Cruz. Ma'am, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Jura.
Walang ano.
Malinaw ba yung sounds ko?
Yes po, ma'am. Malinaw po.
Oh, thank you and good evening sa mga kasamahan natin sa Pinas and good afternoon sa Middle East part na ating mga kasamahan. And thank you for attending this training. Actually, it's a good opportunity for us and for you guys para maka-impart at saka makakuha ng mga kaalaman sa mga free training na pinamimigay ng FILSA. So I'll start sharing my presentation. So for our training for today, it is ISO 14001-2015 Environmental Management System. So with this training, we will have to see the training objectives and we will have an idea with the background kung paano ba nakakatulong yung ISO, especially EMS with the Sustainable Development Goals, and what is the Environmental Management System, at paano pa ito ginagamit at kung bakit at ano yung mga benefits nito sa atin as a individual, as an organization or country. And then we'll have a brief description or awareness when it comes to the EMS standard, and ma-share din namin yung ilang references. At the end of the project, this training, I will give to Ms. Jura. Maybe she can share the PDF file yung ginamit kong guidance sa pag-present itong training na to. So with this training, we will recognize all the benefits pag nag-implement tayo ng EMS within the company. So with this training as well, we will have the idea of the key areas. Pinagsama-sama ko yung mga important topics na kung saan doon tayo dapat magkaroon ng full awareness when it comes to the ISO 14001 series. And then we will understand these key areas and how they are linked with the other clauses when it comes to the EMS 14001. Then we will have to understand as well the requirement of this standard and the structures. And of course, to understand the guidance issued by the international standard and how we can use it in our company. So just a quick background, the ISO standard contribution to the this ISO 14000 series with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I don't know if you heard about the United Nations 2030 agenda. This is transforming the world for sustainable development. This is an ambitious plan to enhance the prosperity, eradicate poverty, protect the planet, And when it comes to the society environmental, so the ISO have issued or published 22,000 international standards and related documents which represent globally recognized guideline. So itong standard na to is ginamit ng UN para magkaroon ng framework kung paano i-implement yung kanilang ambitious plan, which is the 17th Sustainable Development Goal. So with this, isa sa mga standard nito out of the 22,000 is the ISO 14001, which is, it supports the 3 pillars of sustainable development, which is the economical, social, and environmental. So this 3 pillar is used in achieving the balance between the society, the economic, and our environmental. Achieving this balance between the 3 pillars is considered essential to meet the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generation. Siyempre, hindi lang dapat tayo yung nakikinabang ngayon sa ating natural resources. So, kailangan isipin din yung future generation. So with this sustainable development goals, ang EMS 14001 is nagamit siya sa 3 out of 17 SDG, which is the SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, SDG 13, Climate Action, and SDG 15, which is Life on Land. So with these 3 SDG or Sustainable Development Goal, nagdagamit nila yung 14,000 series of family para siyang gamiting framework para ma-implement nila, para ma-achieve yung target or intended outcome dito sa kanilang ambitious action plan ng UN. So with this 14,001, nagbe-benefit ang ating organizations, tayo, community, with all those framework or standards na ini-implement natin. So kaya bakit nga ba natin ito ginagamit, paano, at saan natin pwede siyang i-interlink or i-connect sa ating organization? First, what is a system? Like what in our previous training in quality management system, tulad ng mga nabigay na example sa atin ni Sir Roy, so ito yung mga nag-i-interlink o nag-i-interact independent to each other pa as a whole. So kapag naging management system naman, siya is the way a company organizes and manages its functions, people, and activities in order to meet its objectives. So kapag siya ay naging environmental management system na, this is going to manage, monitor, and control our environmental issues. As an organization operates in the various activities, products, and services which provides cause and impact on the environment. And EMS helps mitigate these environmental impacts, which is the formal and systematic process which we can use to identify. So EMS, it helps an organizations to identify, manage, monitor, and control their environmental issues in a holistic manner. So kapag sinabi natin holistic manner, so kino-consider natin siya as kabuuan ng isang part or ng isang organization. So in a holistic approach, the environmental deals with exploring the possibility and developing the models of benevolent coexistence of all beings on Earth. So ito yung general idea pagdating sa environmental management system. So the EMS is a standard that can be described as an agreed baseline level of doing things. And the ISO 14001 standard is the internationally agreed system that sets out requirements for environmental management. So like yung ating natapos na quality management system standard, so it also follow the PDCA framework. This is the basis approach in implementing this 14,001. Pero nadagdagan siya at saka na incorporate yung internal and external issues and the needs and expectations of interested party ng kabuuan ng isang organization para ma-achieve yung ating intended outcomes and objective and targets. So iisa-isahin natin to, yung planning, yung support and operation, performance evaluation, and continual improvement along with the internal and external issues as a kabuuan or framework ng environmental management system. So with the 14,001 standard, it specified the requirements for an effective environmental management system. It provides a framework that an organization can follow rather than establishing environmental performance requirements. So part of the 14,001 family standards, EMS is a voluntary standard that an organization can certify. So along with the other standard, pwede natin siyang integrate like with the quality management, financial business management, and the same thing with the health and safety management system. So with this ISO standard, defines environmental system as part of the management system used to manage environmental aspects, fulfill compliance obligations, and address the risk and opportunities. So the framework in the ISO 14001 standard can be used within this PDCA approach for the continuous improvement. So once we are certified as a recognized by a third-party body as a certified in ISO 14001, it endorses that an organization as having implemented a functional environmental management system complying with the conditions set on those standards or requirements of this ISO 14001. So yung level ng isang EMS is always depends on the context of the organization. So So kaya dito sa makikita nyo na ini-emphasize din niya yung context ng organization. Napaka-importante kasi yan. Kasi based dun sa organization, dun tayo makakapag-define ng mga scope, objective, and targets. And then we can relate all those issues, either internal or external. And then makakapag-come up tayo ng ating plans on how we will implement yung ating target o yung mga objectives na isinet ng isang company. So it will always depends on the scope of the EMS and compliance of obligation. And of course, the nature, kung ano ba yung ating context ng ating organization, it will be depends on the product or services or the different activities na meron ang company. Mag-click. Pasensya na, hindi ko makita yung aking presentation. So, paano ba natin ginagawa or yung EMS natin, paano siya nag-work sa isang organization? So, the EMS provides a framework and a guidance for a specific program that an organization can implement. So, the organization can easily with the success of this EMS implementation, pwedeng mag-leverage yung isang organization with those opportunities present to mitigate the environmental impact. So the top management can effectively address the risk and opportunity within their organization by integrating the environmental management system with the other organization's business. So it is yung success nitong EMS is always depends on the commitment from all levels of and functions of the organization. So it is led by the top management. So later on, sa ating mga clause, madidiscuss din natin yung roles and responsibilities ng top management and also the individuals. Kasi without them, without the help or support and work ng bawat isa, so hindi natin siya ma-accomplish or hindi magiging successful yung environmental management system natin. So with the implementation, we run the activities to meet these goals. At yung ating EMS is, of course, like yung pinakita natin dun sa framework, it is for the continual improvement ng isang company. So, like what I have said, yung success factors lagi is always a commitment from all levels. It is a systematic approach to EMS which can provide the management to build success over the long term and create options for contributing the sustainable development. So with the EMS as well, katulad din sa quality management system, we also use a common approach and a risk-based thinking to integrate our EMS with the other management system. So later on our presentation, mai-emphasize natin itong mga sinasabi natin life cycle perspective, risk and opportunities, and the common approach and the risk-based thinking. So magbibigay ako ng mga ilang example para makita natin, mas maintindihan natin kung ano ba itong mga requirement na ito ng standard or ng 14001 EMS. Bakit nga ba natin or ano ba yung mga benefits ng 14001 na pwedeng idulot sa isang organization? So, una is naglolo kong aking.
Okay lang po, ma'am. Yung mga
hindi high-tech.
Okay lang po
naglolo ko yung
yan.
aking computer.
So, abang naantay po natin yung mga participants natin, if you have questions, type nyo lang po sa chat box para ma-entertain po mamaya.
Ayan. So, yun, sa pag-implement ng 14001 standard, it gives an organized way of managing aspects generated by our activities and minimizing the impact to our environment, and help us comply with the environmental legislation and help us meet the client requests or requirements of a project or an organization. So it gives as well the company may nag-comment, maliit daw po yung screen. So it is also give as well the company a competitive advantage. So like the standard is often a requirement. Like kapag yung company nagpa-participate sa mga tender, then usually kapag hindi halimbawa construction, yung mga organization, halimbawa yung mga restaurant, kapag sila ay nagko-comply sa isang standard, lagi nilang syempre binabandera to kasi they are following a set of process, procedures kung saan sila nagre-refer. Then katulad din kapag ang mga organization is certified ng ISO, ng safety, ng quality. So nagkakaroon tayo ng magandang impression at nagiging advantage to ng isang company or ng isang organization. And it facilitates active employee engagement and participation in environmental management and improve employee knowledge awareness on the environmental issues and better office environment through the control or key environmental factors. So environmental management is consistent with the support of the long-term preservation of our financial, social, and environmental resources, essential to the survival and ongoing success of organization. So itong tatlo kasing ito is 3 pillars for the sustainable development. So the same thing within the organization. So nakakatulong siya para makapag-preserve kasi syempre kapag walang mga environmental incident. So wala tayong mga financial causes na maibibigay sa company. Then kapag nagko-comply tayo sa mga legal requirements from governments at saka kapag tayo nag-aano sa mga permits, requirements, and OC. So walang fines na pwedeng i-issue sa ating organization from authorities. So like sa Pinas, meron ngayon tayong, actually before, di ba, nagkakaroon ng mga requirement. Kahit ngayon yung mga maliliit na business or commercial entity, they are required now to delegate or assign one PCO or Pollution Control Officer. So kahit sila ay maliliit pa lang, not like before na yung mga big entity lang yung nire-required. So ngayon, kahit yung maliliit na establishment, requirement na rin siya. So yung pagiging PCO, maraming bagay na ina-attendan or requirement, or I think sa Pinas ngayon is a training to be certified as a PCO sa Pinas. So hindi siya basta-basta na lang na ma-assign as appointment. So yun, kaya napaka-importante din itong 14,001 is makakatulong para makakomply dun sa requirement na yun ng government and authorities. So it allows the organization to actively contribute to the pollution minimization and environmental protection, which benefits everyone. So with the ISO 14001-2015, it improved the business focus and communication of environmental issues and improved profitability through cost reductions and improved customer satisfaction. Okay. So ito yung mga background lang. Yung mga diniscuss kong yun is background about EMS. Okay. So before maging 2015, I think most of you guys are maybe much familiar kayo dun sa last version, which is the 2009. So dito sa 2015, nagkaroon siya ng a lot of changes actually na binigyan ng international standard ng ilang years. Sorry, I forgot ilang years para lahat ng certified with the 14,001-2009 is makapag-comply with those requirements. So, ito yung bumubuo sa ating environmental management system. So, mapapansin niyo dito, yung first part is pinagsama-sama siya as scope, normative reference, terms, and definitions. So, ito lang yung mga basic na which is similar din sa other management system. Yung scope, normative reference, which is when it comes to the environmental management system, hindi siya wala or not applicable dito. And then, sa terms and definitions, hindi na ko na siya iisa-isahin dito yung mga ibang importanteng topic. We will just share you the copy of this file. And then later on, if may tanong kayo, halimbawa while we go on this course, you can ask as well. Kasi pag inisa-isa natin yung mga terms and definition, maybe matatagalan tayo sa ating training. Then another part is the context of the organization. Itong context of organization is actually one of the changes na dinagdag dito sa 2015. Then leadership, planning, support, operation, performance evaluation, and improvement. So ito yung bumubuo na structure or framework ng Environmental Management System 2015. So iisa-isahin natin itong parts na to, para mas maintindihan natin kung ano ba yung requirement ng standards. Ano yung, based dun sa inisyong guidance ng international standard, ano yung dapat makita, ma-monitor at ma-define ng isang organization para masabing tayo ay nagko-comply with this standard. So, bago tayo further elaborate on this, ang aking presentation actually is nag-summarize into 5 key areas na part ng framework na yon. So, kasi lahat ng clauses with this 14,001 is interlinked to each other. So pinagsama-sama natin siya para at least mas maintindihan natin yung very important, especially the changes from the 2009 to 2015. Itong 5 key areas are the strategic context, interested parties, analysis and communication, leadership, life cycle perspective. Ito yung nabanggit na. And ilang beses itong mababanggit dun sa clauses ng 14,000. And of course, the risk and opportunities. Ito yung 5 main subject or main mga importanteng changes at na kailangang maintindihan ng isang organization para mag-comply sila sa 14,001-2015 requirement. So mag-start tayo sa strategic content or yung tinatawag part ng Clause 4 or the context of the organization. So dito sa 5 key areas na to, the organization not only need to think about the impact they have on the environment and people, but they have to consider the changing environment. For example, the climate change, which is really isa sa pinaka main topic ngayon worldwide. And then the resource scarcity. So yung depletion of our natural resources. So in addition with this, the organization will need to consider these interested parties. It's either including those internal and external issues that can help or hinder from having the successful management system implementation. This could be related on the organization's own internal system, the processes, and even the products na ibinibenta or ginagawa ng isang company. It involves as well like on the internal system or process like the procurement kasi syempre may say ang mga yan lahat. Mayroon din silang important role when it comes to the EMS. And external factors which is the government and policy incentives. While on the one hand, it can be considered more difficult and onerous. And this broader approach will help the organization better pinpoint the success of their management system and their impact on the business as a whole. So pagdating dito sa context of organization, which part of Clause 4, itong Clause 4, it has sub-clauses 4.1 and up to 4.4. So yung 4.1 is understanding the organization and its context. Katulad ng nabanggit ko sa inyo kanina, yung Clause 4 is one of the major changes from 2009 to 2015 standard. So with this clause, the intent is to provide high-level conceptual understanding of important issues that can affect the way the organization manages its EMS responsibilities. It's either positive impact or negatively impact to the organization. So itong context of our organization, so one of the objectives of 2015 14,001 is pulling together of an organization's environmental, internal, external issues and interested parties that make up the firm's business environment or the context of the organization. So it is makes a formal requirement, and we have to consider the direct environmental impact, how the environmental conditions affect your business, customers, and supply chain, and the external and economic factors, like for example, yung beliefs and norms of society and expectation of the organization, environmental performance of peers and competitors, and the internal capabilities ng isang company. So, ito, yung internal context, it is the characteristics or conditions such as the activities, products, services, strategic direction, culture, and capabilities. With the external context, it is the issues arising from social, technological, environmental, ethical, political, legal, and economic environment. So example include the government regulations, the changes in laws, and economic shifts in organization market. So with this clause, the organization should determine the external and internal issues that are relevant to its purpose that affects its ability to achieve the intended outcomes of the EMS. So yung tinatawag nating internal issues, for example, yung isang business ay nagmamanufacture of wooden outbuildings for domestic and commercial use. Ang ating example ng internal issues with this establishment or this company is yung transport and site erection ng ating business. So yung culture within the organization, kung paano nila i-govern or i-implement yung sistema nila. Then yung relationship with the supply chain, like yung suppliers nila, then within the company, and the potential sustainable material replacement program, the material consumption, energy management within their organization, and yung mga wastage ng kanilang raw materials up to the byproducts and up to the yung end product na isinusupply sa kanilang mga customer. So ito yung mga example internal issues doon. Kapag naman yung external issues dito sa isang manufacturing company, kapag dinidefine natin siya, like for example, yung market sensitivity within the area kung saan itinayo yung manufacturing company. So baka yung sa paligid nila is marami indigenous people or makakaapekto yung ating emissions ng ating factory. So yung external context din is like customer expectation. Ano ba yung mga expected ng ating company within our product? Then yung mga standardization and certification within the industry para syempre makasabay tayo sa competition within the market. Then the fuel and raw material prices. So yung international pressures, domestic market pressures, government taxation, and then the regulation within the same industry. Okay, so ito yung mga external issues na kailangang isa-isahin ng isang organization kapag nag-i-implement sila ng environmental management system. So, pagdating naman dun sa interested parties and analysis and communication, ito yung nandun pa rin siya sa clause 4, pero ano na siya sa 4.2, which is the understanding the needs and expectations of interested parties. So dito, naggawa ako ng isang process map para magkaroon tayo ng idea. Paano ba't natin ma-identify or ma-define yung interested parties within the organization kapag nag-implement na tayo ng EMS. So first identify all the relevant interested parties. Second, determine their needs and expectations. So dito, use different research methods as necessary para ma-confirm niyo yung knowledge ng bawat group or a significant stakeholder. So next is rank them in terms of power and interest. Consider their strength of interest and level of influence over your decisions and action. So mag-plot tayo ng matrix kung paano or itong tatlong process na to para maisa-isa natin. Halimbawa, yung interested party natin is customer. Then within this customer, ano ba yung pangangailangan and expectations natin from them. So expect the organization to supply goods and service on time. Siyempre, pag happy yung customer, babalik-balik sila sa organization. And then the objective and priorities. So we should define what results are necessary to deliver to those relevant parties to reduce the risk and their needs and expectations are not met. So like, keep them satisfied, yun yung ating objective. achieve revenue targets. Kasi syempre, pag maraming customer, yung ating target ng isang organization, ma-achieve natin. And then, kapag maganda yung ini-implement natin sa company at saka yung pinoprovide nating service ay tama, so nagkakaroon ng retention ng ating mga customer. And then, nagkakaroon ng repeat order. So, ang priority natin within that customer is very high. Ito yung, kaya yung management system is pwede natin i-connect sa lahat pa ng management system. Actually, ito is like in quality management, customer focus yung quality management system. Pero within this process, sa pag-provide natin ng service or products with them, may mga requirement ng environmental management system na ini-implement natin while doing or while giving the requirement for our customer. So, nai-interlink na siya. No? Kaya ngayon, yung mapapansin niyo yung aming training, which is from quality to environmental, and then the next week is the health and safety. Then, integrated of all these three. So, kasi merong connection lahat ang bawat isa. So, same thing here with the understanding the needs and expectation of interested party. So, we can do this process isa-isa kapag sa pag-identify ng mga interested parties sa ating organization. So, sana itong process na ito is makatulong sa inyo para mas maintindihan nyo kapag kayo ay naging in charge. Halimbawa, yung company nyong mapasukan or organization is hindi pa sila certified. So, kailangan yung isatisfy yung bawat clauses ng management 14,001 2015. So, ito, magkakaroon kayo ng guidelines para paano nyo siya makakukumply yung standard requirement. So, ito yung mga sample interested parties based on the relationship tulad ng nabanggit ko kanina. So, yung mga responsible person like stakeholder, investors, so yung influence, yung pressure groups, yung within the proximity area, yung community within your establishment. Kung ikaw ay especially sa Pinas, yung halimbawa mga factories or yung mga oil and gas companies that they are along within the nearby community. So kailangan isama yon, ma-identify yon, isama yon sa risk assessment or sa pag-analyze. So maging part siya, maging scope siya ng ating management system. Then yung dependency, yung mga empleyado ng organization, and then representation, which is the trade unions. So sa Pinas, meron tayong mga union, dito sa UAE wala. So yan. And then of course the authority, the government, okay, yung ating mga legal requirements. Ito, nag-guide ako dito ng mga example ng interested party and yung potential needs and expectations natin. So from government, the prompt payment of taxes and dues. So authorities and regulators, we have to comply with those legal requirements based on the industry type or kung ano ba yung ating business. Then customers, product end users, then neighbors, local community, and then when it comes to the staff, of course, the good working condition, the training opportunities, maintenance of the company, and continued income for the staff. So ito yung pinaka-summary ng 4.2 requirements, which is the understanding the needs and expectation of interested parties. So when it comes to the 4.3, ito na yung pag-define ng ating scope ng environmental management system. Kaya mapapansin nyo yung interested party, yung mga requirement, napaka-importante nito kasi based on this, makikita natin, malalaman natin yung boundaries and applicability ng EMS na kailangang establish within the company or organization. Kasi kapag sinakop natin lahat, masyadong broad yung ating scope within the company, so hindi na siya magiging effective. Kaya kailangan malaman sa during the assessment or during the determination ng scope, should consider yung organizational unit, yung function, physical boundaries, activities, products, services, authority, and ability to exercise control and influence. So kapag nagkakandak tayo or nag-a-assess, nag-determine tayo kung paano natin madiderive yung isang scope ng organization, so we have to know these elements of the company. So yung purpose, for example, yung isang company, ang purpose niya na in-establish ng management is as one of the leading providers of a printing services, of lithographic printing services. Our reason for being is a combination of our vision, mission, and values. So, nag-identify yung company ng purpose, vision, mission, values, and strategic direction. So, yung vision ng company ito is, sabi nila, is to become the most trusted provider for print services within the Philippines. Sabi ng top management, ang kanilang mission is to expand our operations by consistently meeting customer expectations and our legal requirements, which includes the enhancement of customer satisfaction, protection of the environment through effective application of our process for continual improvement in environmental performance. Then yung values ng company, sabi niya, sustainable business, social, economic, and environmental impact, responsible governance, and equal opportunity. So these are reinforced through sustainability principles and workforce integrity throughout all business operations. Then, in-identify, dinefine din ng top management, ang strategic direction ng business na ito is to open different offices in different parts of the Philippines this year, bringing together the technology and expertise in the Philippines in the market needs of the Philippines and beyond, and to implement and gain accredited within a year of offices once the office opened, to employ a motivated workforce that will embrace the organization values, complement the cooperation and collaboration needed, and to achieve the effective application of our process for continual improvement. So itong elements na ito is na-define ng ating company. So during the process ng pag-i-implement ng EMS, kailangan i-check natin lahat ito. So from this, makakapag-come up tayo kung ano yung magiging scope ng environmental management ng isang organization. Hindi yung basta nalang mag-define ng scope natin will be just one unit of the company. Merong vision ang kumpanya. Meron siyang strategic direction na kailangan makapag-expand sa different part of the Philippines, and then ma-certify din yung mga additional branches nila. So yung EMS scope mo, kailangan i-mention mo din doon na magiging part ng EMS system yung from the corporate to those different satellite or additional branches ng company. So dito, sa scope nito, makikita nyo na naka-identify na lahat para kapag gumawa tayo ng procedure, ng process, objective, and targets, i-reflect ito dapat dito sa 5 principle or 5 matters ng isang kumpanya. Kasi itong purpose, vision, mission, values, and strategic direction ng isang kumpanya, it involves as well the financial management, the business management, quality and health and safety management system. So kaya naka-interlink siya sa lahat ng ng isang kumpanya. Then the 4.4 is the environmental management system itself. So here, the organization must establish, implement, and maintain and continually improve environmental management system, which includes its process, interactions in accordance with the requirements of this international standard. So as to achieve its intended outcome, which includes enhancing its environmental performance. So the organization is expected to periodically review and evaluate its environmental management system to identify the opportunities for improvement and its implementation. So ito nang mismong EMS na to, ito na yung ating i-discuss yung iba't ibang clause para makapag-comply dito sa requirement na ito. Okay, so we have discussed the context ng isang organization, din yung mga interested parties, internal, external issues and concerns, then yung leadership na tinatawag or commitment. So ito sa clause 5, dito na siya ibinigay lahat ng standard requirement para makapag-comply. Kasi pag sinabing leadership, katulad ng sinabi ni Sir sa quality management system, ito yung top, hindi lang siya basta top management, no? Sila yung mga visionary, sila yung nag-set ng ating mission, vision, tsaka yung strategic direction ng isang company. So, dito sa EMS, it's very important yung leadership and commitment. Katulad halimbawa kapag minsan, as an auditor, pumupunta tayo sa iba't ibang company. Nagkaroon ako ng experience while doing the audit. They said on their policy they are committed when it comes to the implementation ng environmental management system, waste management. But during the process ng audit, nakita natin na hindi naman sila nagpo-comply sa implementation, yung waste segregation area nila mix up. Then during the audit itself, opening and closing, wala kang makita kahit isang representative from the management side. So how it will show the leadership and commitment kung dun sa sistemang yun, hindi mo makita sila. Kaya kapag nagkaroon ng audit at the end, the auditor don't have any choice but to issue an NCR with this clause, which is the leadership, the clause 5. Okay, so itong 14,001-2015, leadership established clear expectations for the top management. This requires that the top management should learn and understand what the standard means when it says protect the environment. Hindi lang dahil sinabi ng kumpanya magpa-certify, so yung mga project manager natin sa ating sites, sige, bahala na kayo yung HSC, hindi ganon. So dapat maintindihan din nila kasi with their support, mas nagiging madali sa mga nasa on the ground para ma-implement yung mga requirement ng implementation ng isang system. So with this clause, yung requirement nito is may establish in different ways by which is take responsibility for the effectiveness of the EMS. And then assure that the environmental policy and objectives are established and consistent with the strategic direction and context of the organization. Then secure the integration of the EMS requirements into the other business process, katulad ng mga nabanggit ko kanina. And communicate the necessity of the environmental management system of adapting the EMS requirement. And yung isa pa ding way is direct and supports person to commit the effectiveness of EMS implementation and to promote continual improvement of EMS. So with this clause, it requires to establish the organization should have clarity in its mission and vision and policies which they develop in line with their strategic direction. So the objective is to be in line with the vision of the company. The organization should specify the strategies for the year and give their intended outcome. And this is through the commitment and the vision and the leadership of the top management. So here, based on those requirements na i-discuss or requirement based on the guidance, ito yung mga requirements from the top management. So ginawa natin is pinakita natin dito yung personal accountabilities nila and yung responsibilities na pwede nilang i-delegate. Kasi syempre, hindi naman lahat sila ang magpapa-implement yan. Kaya nga, meron tayong next or it's a structure na isang organization. Meron tayong mga ina-appoint who will be overseeing the waste management, who will be overseeing the legal requirements, and then yung part ng ating HSE, ng mga PCO. So, i-delegate siya ng company. So, ito nga, ang personal accountabilities, ito, accountable for the effectiveness of PMS, demonstrate leadership and commitment, communicating the importance, promoting a continual improvement, and supporting the relevant management roles. So ito yung mga responsibilities naman nila na pwede nilang i-delegate. Ito lang yung mga some of the requirement based on the standard. So, yung 5.2 naman natin is yung environmental policy. So with the environmental policy, ito yung mga set of principles stated as commitment in which top management outlines the intentions of the organization to support and enhance its environment. So meron siyang tatlong basic commitment when it comes to the environmental policy na kailangang makita. Ito yung ating every year and signed by our director or the top or CEO or CEO of the company. So number 1 is to protect the environment, fulfill the organization's compliance and obligations, continually improve the environmental management system to enhance environmental performance. So itong tatlong to is yung mga basic requirement na dapat makita sa isang environmental policy. So with this policy as well, kailangan appropriate siya sa organization. Halimbawa, ang isang organization, di ba, meron silang waste na generate sa iba't ibang unit or department. Tapos yung isang company oil and gas, pero nasama mo sa policy mo na mention mo is yung waste generated sa canteen. So hindi siya nagiging appropriate doon sa policy. So kailangan siya is based on the context ng organization at saka yung scope na na-identify na natin siya based sa start ng process ng kapag tayo ay nade-develop ng 14,001-2015. So it should show the next is it should show the continual improvement. Kailangan ma-mention doon. Then ma-mention din doon yung frameworks for the objective and targets ng isang kumpanya. Then yung prevention of pollution. And it has to be documented, implemented, and maintained. So itong policy natin is kailangang ma-communicate sa lahat ng involved, either external, internal, within the organization, and it should be available to the public. So ito yung example ng environmental policy. So yung mga minimum requirement, naka-mention siya dito. Prevention nito. Makikita nyo, prevention of pollution, so compliance with the legal requirements, and the word committed. So ito yung mga minimum requirements ng isang policy, including the establishment of objective and targets, continual improvement. Then, based on their commitment, to sa sample ng isang policy, naka-mention dyan kung ano yung mga principles na i-implement nila na comprise dun sa EMS ng isang kumpanya. So nandito na like efficient resource utilization, mitigation material impacts, effective waste management, mitigation of emissions to the environmental, to effective operational control, and energy efficiency through better management of energy resources. Then, ito din, since ito yung nagpapakita ng commitment ng top management, so it's clearly mentioned that the MD has overall responsibility for this policy and is committed to the full support of sustainability program and policy provisions. Then signed by the managing director ng kumpanya. So ito yung magiging pinaka-heart kung ano ba yung mga i-implement ng isang organization sa pagdating sa EMS sa company. Then the next is the roles and responsibilities. Sa clause na to, top management should ensure that the responsibilities and authorities for relevant roles are assigned and communicated within the organization. Kaya nga, tulad kanina ng pinakita kong table, nandun yung kung ano yung mga responsibilities na pwede niyang i-delegate sa iba pang management or up to the ground people, up to the workers, up to the staff, kung ano yung pwede nilang ibahagi para maging effective at maging successful yung implementation ng EMS. So the top management should assign the responsibility as well for reporting on the performance of environmental management system, including the environmental performance. Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng mga environmental engineer sa isang kumpanya, yung sa Pinas, yung PCO. So they are assigned by the top management para maging part ng EMS implementation. So the purpose of this subclause is to ensure that the personnel are assigned responsibilities for part of the environmental management system and have a clear-cut reporting structure. So their job description, roles, and responsibilities should be clear with them. So for the EMS to be effective, roles and responsibilities must be clearly defined and communicated to everyone who are part of this. So pagdating ito, within the organization, ito yung simple or sum of the functions na in-identify natin and the possible role in EMS. Ano lang siya, konting idea para magkaroon ng idea, pero it doesn't mean na ito lang yon. So kapag kayo nag-develop ng 14,000 ones within your organization, kailangan i-assess, i-properly check nyo yan. So like the finance, so track the data environmental management costs. So sila yon, kung mag-approve ng mga budget, then evaluate the economic feasibility of the environmental projects. Then up to the line workers, makikita natin dyan yung mga possible role nila when it comes to the EMS. So tayo, mga empleyado, we have to support training and provide first-hand knowledge of the environmental aspects of their operations. So sa isang management system manual, usually we do the matrix. Okay? So kung ano ba yung mga requirement ng ating management system program. Ito lang isang example ng kung paano ba tayo gumagawa ng matrix. So isa-set up natin dito yung mga plano kung paano natin gagawin yung iba't ibang process or control measures para ma-implement yung requirement ng isang standard. Then kung sino yung mga appointed natin. Ito, nandiyan yung from the project manager to the HSC team at pagdating sa mga employees. So it's just an example kung paano natin mapapakita yung mga roles and responsibilities matrix. Wait lang po. Balik tayo na natin. So yung isang structure, sorry. Tapos na tayo sa leadership or the commitment of the management. The next is the life cycle perspective. So yung kanina nabanggit natin, yung life cycle perspective is magiging part siya ng clause 8.1, which is operational planning and control, 6.12 environmental aspects, 4.3 and determining the scope of environmental management. So kanina, dun sa clause 4.3, nabanggit na siya yung tinatawag na life cycle perspective. So i-discuss natin to. So ano ba yung tinatawag na life cycle thinking or life cycle perspective? It means we recognize how our choices influence what happens at each of these points so we can balance the trade-offs and positively impact of the economy, environment, and society. So in this ISO standard is applicable to any organization regardless of the size, the type, and nature, and applies to the environmental aspect of its activities, products, and services that the organization determines it can either control or influence considering a life cycle perspective. So dito, Kapag ang isang business ay nagpo-produce sa isang product, so from the natural from extraction of raw materials, so from our natural resources hanggang sa processing, pagdi-design, sa production, comes to the packaging, and then delivery to our customer, and then it comes to the waste generation, and until the end cycle ng isang product. So it's either going to landfill or incineration, or we will do a recovery or recycling. So itong cycle na to is kino-consider pagdating dito sa 14,001 requirement. So kailangan isa-isahin ng kumpanya, not in so much detail, but they have to understand and they have to think of each process kung paano to makakaapekto sa EMS implementation ng isang kumpanya. So in this life cycle approach is a way of thinking which help us recognize how our selections, like pagbili pa lang ng isang machine, kung yung bibilhin ba nating machine is proper or appropriate for that products na kailangan nating gawin. Yung machine ba natin is yung like ngayon masyadong maganda na ang mga technology, so which we have to select yung mga machine na yon which is not having an negative effect sa environment. Then kapag part din ng whole system of the events, ma-identify natin dito sa cycle na to yung opportunities and risk of a product or a technology or a process. So nabanggit din ulit dito yung risk and opportunities. Kasi sa bawat proseso para lang magawa natin ng isang product, merong risk or meron dong hazard and aspect and impact na nadudulot sa ating environment. So ma-identify natin from that risk na meron pa rin silang mga opportunity na pwede nating magamit. I will explain it, elaborate it later after this life cycle perspective. So the people and the companies and the governments use this various life cycle perspective in anything from day to day. Doon nga lang sa pagpili ng supplies. Di ba, ngayon, gumagamit tayo ng papel. So, meron ngayong mga companies na naggagawa ng papel made of recycled materials. So, sa pagpili pa lang ng mga ganon, bagay na kino-consider na natin kung ano ba yung magiging effect nun sa ating environment. Kasi yung ating objectives at saka yung ating policy is to help for the sustainable, to help to prevent the environmental pollution. So yung mga ganong bagay, kahit maliliit lang siya, is malaking bagay na magagamit natin para ma-achieve natin yung intended outcomes ng ating EMS. So itong sa 2015, it's a consecutive and interlinked stages of product. And a systematic approach to EMS can provide top management with the information to build success over the long term and create options for contributing to sustainable development. So for example, yung life cycle perspective natin, para mas maintindihan din niyo is, for example, when it comes to the products, for example, sa office, bibili tayo halimbawa ng bagong refrigerator. So ngayon, maraming high technology na, maraming ng refrigerator na hindi na siya gumagamit ng freon. So yung mga ganong simpleng bagay, kailangan nating isipin, no? Para at least maging part din siya ng ating implementation or ng ating EMS. So, for example then, who among you love coffees, drinking coffee and buying coffee outside, hindi yung prepared sa bahay? So, halimbawa, tayo bilang customer, di ba, pag bumibili tayo ng kape, yan, bili tayo sa Starbucks, bili tayo dun sa ibang brand. So, tayo bilang customer, kailangan minsan din, maging part din tayo ng sustainable goal para maprotektahan yung mundo, is isipin din natin yung mga ganung bagay. So ang Starbucks, kaya nabanggit ko yung kape, yung Starbucks, actually ngayon is they promote already the recycling. So unti-unti na nilang nagkakaroon sila ng innovation within their company. So ngayon, di na sila gumagamit ng plastic straw. I'm not sure sa Philippines, but here in UAE, so yung straw nila is ano na siya, yung made of paper. So pero safe pa rin siya. So nag-i-innovate sila so within their company para maging part o magkaroon sila din ng part within this sustainable and protection ng ating environment. So ito yung mga ganong practical example ng life cycle perspective. Isipin natin yung pwede nating maging involvement, okay, bilang isang normal na tao within the organization and of course as a whole. So yung katulad ng nabanggit ko kanina, yung papel, we know that it takes 24 trees to create 50,000 sheets of office paper and 2.3 cubic meters of landfill space to dispose it. So pag nalaman natin yung figure na to, so yung mga participants natin, pwede na natin siguro i-recommend within the company, mag-research tayo sa Pinas, dito din sa UAE or sa any part of the world na may mga companies na nagpo-provide ng paper from recycled material. So we have to support these producers and that source from the sustainability to manage the forest. Kasi kita mo naman, sa kaunting 50,000 sheets of paper lang, and 24 trees yung masisira. And then, hindi naman tayo nagtatanim na uli, di ba? So, paano na yung future generation natin? So, mawawala na, mabibreak na yung sustainability. So, ito lang yung mga basic example na kapag ginagawa or inaayos natin yung management system within the company, so yung every process, every service and products within your company, i-identify nyo yun. No, i-check natin 'yon para makita natin kung paano ba siya makakatulong or paano siya natin magiging part para ma-achieve natin yung objective and targets ng isang company. So the real key to unlocking the benefits of taking life cycle perspective lies in how it enhances the various parts of your existing EMS. A detailed life cycle assessment is not, katulad na banggit ko kanina, is not really a requirement, but thinking carefully about the life cycle stage can be controlled or influenced by the organization is sufficient enough para masatisfy natin yung ibang requirement ng EMS 14001. So after the life cycle perspective, nabanggit ko kanina ang ating mga risk and opportunities when it comes to the managing or implementation or defining our EMS system. So when it comes to the risk and opportunities, ito ay part ng clause 6. So yung clause 6 is yung planning, which having a lot of sub-clauses. So ito, i-explain natin further. So sa clause 6, ito yung sa 6.1 are actions to address the risk and opportunities. Yung overall intent ng process na to is to ensure that the organization is able to achieve the intended outcomes of its environmental management system to prevent or reduce undesired effects and to achieve the continual improvement. The organization can ensure this by determining the risk and opportunities that need to be addressed and planning action to address them. These risks and opportunities can be related to the environmental aspects, compliance obligations, and other issues. It's either internal or external that needs and also considering the needs and expectations of those interested parties. So yung clause 6 ay part of the requirement of 14,001/2015 ensures that the organization has the building blocks in place to determine the EMS to achieve its intended outcome or the set objective and targets. So para mas maintindihan natin yung sinasabing risk and opportunities. So ito yung nabanggit ko kanina, 'di ba? Kapag yung risk and opportunities natin is kailangan ma-identify natin through the environmental aspects, compliance obligations, and other issues and the requirements. Kasi 'di ba yung ating EMS, yung ating framework, ang target niya is to have an intended to achieve the intended outcome, to prevent those undesired effects to our environment, and of course for the continual improvement. So makikita niyo sa process na to, interrelated lahat. So yung ating ibang management system, financial, business, health and safety, quality, and yung part ng ating actions, kung paano or ano ba yung mga dapat natin gawin para ma-implement. Then, itong risks and opportunities, kailangan maintindihan natin siya. Kasi ito yung nag-emphasize para mas makuha natin kung ano yung mga dapat gawin, ano yung mga dapat iplano within the organization. Okay, para mas maintindihan natin kung ano yung risk and opportunities, nakikita niyo dito yung isang baso may tubig. So na-mention ko dito is yung A is half empty, yung B is half full. Can you please type, you as a person, ano ba yung nakikita niyo dito? Type A if you think it's half empty, type B if you think it's half full. So, ako ba makikita yung text? Ayun. May nagsabi siya ay B, half full. Okay. Both. Oh, walang nagsasabi ng A. Most of us said it's a half full. Sige po. Message lang po kayo. Yun, may nagsabi ng A, half empty. Okay, based on this, i-relate ko lang sa atin yung paano natin maintindihan yung tinatawag na risk or versus the opportunity. Actually, meron daw kasing study na ginawa based dito. Kapag it's actually based on the personality ng isang tao, yung ginawang study na to. So, nag-conduct sila ng survey or ng question, no, sa mga tao kung ano yung masasabi nila sa picture na to. So, marami nagsabi siya ay half full, marami nagsabi din na siya ay half empty. Sabi dito sa study na to, pag sinabi niya siyang half full, yung tao daw is optimistic, patient, creative, and positive. So, yun yung based doon sa study. Kapag yun daw half empty, sabi nila, sila daw yung quiet, serious, introverted. Yun. So, ito is pwede din natin siyang ma-relay dun sa risk and opportunity. Kasi nakikita natin parehas yung positive side and negative side ng isang bagay. Okay? So, di ba pag sinabi mong half full, masasabi natin na may tubig pa, may laman pang tubig yung baso, so pwede pa natin siyang magamit. Di ba? Yung tubig na. Pero pag sinabi agad natin siya na wala na siyang laman, half empty na siya. So iisipin na agad natin, common sense na natin, or instinct na natin na hindi na natin siya gagamitin. Pababayaan na lang natin yung isang container na yun or yung baso. So ganun din sa risk and opportunity. Yung positive side, kasi yung from the negative point of view na isang bagay, pwede mo pa siyang magamit. Kasi kung pagmamasdan mo or pupuntahan mo siya or ayusin mo siya, is yung kalahating laman tubig is pwede mo pa siyang magamit sa marami pang bagay. So kaya positive siya. So yung half empty, pag ganoon agad yung iyong sinabi, wala na, okay na. Pababayaan mo na lang yung isang baso na yun doon sa isang site. Hindi mo na siya gagamitin. So yung kalahating tubig na yun, hindi mo na magagamit pa sa ibang bagay. So ganun din sa risk and opportunity. So ito, risk versus opportunity. For example, yung mga emissions, chemical releases. Ito yung mga na-identify nating risk sa isang company. We just lift it in one side and we can see a lot of opportunity from here. So like from the emissions, we can have a renewable energy from those chemical releases, and from our hazard generated waste, we can recycle and reuse from that. And then ano tayo ng zero non-compliance. So we just have to check the positive and the negative outcomes for both sides, no? So, hope medyo nagkakaroon na kayo ng idea kapag sinabing risk and opportunities. Let's say, for example, in business point of view, yung isang kumpanya is an oil and gas company. Ang prospect niya is to find oil and gas resources, or then the owner or the management will take all the possible risk to identify kung saan nandun yung natural resources, and they will use all their investment and they will consume their company resources just to makuha yung kailangan nila para makapag-produce sila ng oil and gas products. So by doing this, nagkakaroon naman ng potential opportunities, di ba? So nagkakaroon tayo ng usage of our natural resources. Pero yung opportunity from that side, kapag pinilift natin siya is magkakaroon tayo ng resource and revenue. Magkakaroon ng local economy and mai-improve yung infrastructure and lifestyle. Mag-generate siya ng maraming trabaho within that community. So hindi lang pwede natin isipin kung ano lang basta yung risk. Kasi lahat ng risk, there could be a possible opportunity or potential na magamit natin yung isang bagay na yon. So it's the same thing with yung kanina pinakita ko na half empty and half full na baso ng tubig. Okay? So it's the same thing na may pwede pang pakinabang doon sa isang baso na half full para magamit natin sa ibang bagay yung natitirang tubig. Okay, so some example of risk na pwede nating ma-identify. Greenhouse gas emissions. So this is, ang likelihood niya is high and the impact could be moderate and considerable facility energy usage and operation of a mobile fleet. So yung hazardous waste generation naman, ito yung na-generate from the process na ginagawa ng isang company, di ba? Hindi naman lahat ng raw materials nagagamit natin. And katulad sa isang construction, we have a lot of general waste and chemical and hazardous waste na nag-generate. So, pwede din natin itong ma-reprocess. Community activism. So, ito ay ang likelihood, lalo na kapag yung business establishment is malalaki, no? Factory. So, mandyan, yung mga palibot sa isang factory is maraming complaint or nagkakaroon ng parang mga rally. So facility conducts regular meetings within the community and its leaders. So enables effective emergency response. So nagkakaroon ng communication between the two of them. So the opportunity with this identified risk, for example, yung greenhouse emissions. So yung CO2 nagagamit natin siya as chemical feedstock. Then pwede din natin yung mga waste generated natin, ma-reprocess, ma-use as a raw materials. So yung naman community activism, negative mo siyang titingnan. Pero dahil may mga ganyang nangyayari, nagkakaroon ng stakeholder engagement. So napipilitan yung ating top management na maging part ng meeting with the community around the area. So yung ating mga managers within the company, yung COO, yung CEO, magiging part sila ng mga decision making. Kaya mas nagiging yung leadership and commitment na requirement, so nai-imply with this system. Kaya yung mga risk natin na identify, makikitaan natin pa rin siya ng mga opportunity na pwedeng makatulong para mag-improve yung isang kumpanya. So yung stakeholder engagement, so nagkakaroon ng periodic inspection para makita din ng community na yung management or yung owner ng isang company, no, na isang company is pro-environmental din, hindi lang more of kuha lang ng kuha from the environment and from within that community. So katulad sa isang construction, for example, yung mga ginagamit nating parts in infrastructure, mga curbstone, mga tile work, so sa pag dineliver yan ng supplier, nandiyan yan sa mga wooden pallet. So kung isipin natin, yung wooden pallet, yung point of our purchase is just a waste already. Pero tayo, na mga on the ground, marami pa tayong pwedeng magamit dito sa wooden pallet. So pwede tayong magkaroon ng a contract with the suppliers, buyback. So ibalik sa kanila. Or if within your company, meron naman kayong resources para magkaroon ng wood crusher. Then within your community, after nyo makrush, pwede nyo ipamigay kasi kung may mga malapit na farm, pwede siyang magamit sa farm nila. So yung mga ganong innovation or mga ganong part na inyong objective and targets within the organization, yung risk or yung nakita nyo aspect impact within the company, pwede nyo makitaan pa ng magagandang bagay na pwedeng maidulot para ma-achieve natin yung ating target and objectives within the company. So, may question po ba tayo doon sa risk and opportunities? Hope na medyo malinaw. So let's have some example more. Okay, kayo naman po mag-share. Halimbawa, water use and discharge. Ito yung na-identify risk natin. Ano sa tingin niyo yung opportunity pa natin na pwedeng magamit o makita with this identified risk? Anyone can share po. You can unmute your mic para mag-share po kayo. Nahiya sila mag-share. Ayun. Can be treated and reused. Yes po, recycle, reuse. So sa mga construction, actually, kapag pumasa siya sa water quality, pwede nating magamit for dust suppression, let's say. Then, pwede din nating magamit para sa mixing ng ating mga surveys o mga materials sa construction. Ito yung mga ideas na pwede natin magamit. So, correct, plant watering and reuse. Pero, i-check natin, make sure na siya ay nagko-comply pa yung sa requirement, no, yung discharge or quality ng ating tubig bago nyo siya gamitin sa plant watering. Okay? Yes po, kailangan i-check po natin lahat yan, yung qualities na yan, bago natin gamitin. So, hazardous chemical use. Yes po, Ms. MJ, tama po, implementation of water conservation program. So any idea po about hazardous chemical use? Ano sa tingin niyo yung opportunity na pwede natin i-implement or i-present as program sa company? One is yung magkaroon tayo ng use of low hazard chemicals. So, andyan na yung ating mga technical teams, mga engineers. So, through the research, through the based on the innovation or yung mga bagong technology, so malalaman na natin kung ano ba yung mga pwede natin i-substitute dito sa mga hazardous or itong hazardous chemical. So, we have to use the low hazard chemicals. So, energy consumption. Yes po, example yun, replacing asbestos material. Dito po sa UAE, pinagbabawal na siya. Then, ginagamit na ngayon yung mga non-asbestos material. Energy consumption. So when it comes to the energy consumption, nandiyan na yung ngayon, dumadami na ang renewable energy. Isa sa topic sa Pinas actually and all over the world, energy efficiency. Yan. Diyan na yung pinag-usapan yung Bataan, nuclear power plants, solar energy. So dito na siya papasok. So kapag within the country, ang kanilang problema ay high energy consumption, high cost ng energy, yun yung mga sinasabi nila, yung kanilang mga agenda, kanilang mga vision ng ating mga politicians para magkaroon ng renewable energy sa Pilipinas, no? Then workforce retirement. So malungkot yung kumpanya kasi madami nagre-retired. So ano ba, may opportunity pa rin ba dito? Siyempre, meron. So nandiyan yung succession planning and mentoring. Hindi kasi pwedeng laging iaasa dito kasi siya yung magaling. Pwede naman siyang mag-resign, mag-retire na due to the age, di ba? Requirements sa isang country. So dapat makikita na to ng isang kumpanya kung paano magkakaroon ng mentoring. Paano para yung mga new generation, alam din nila kung anong alam ng ating mga generation XYZ, no? Then community activism, like what is you mentioned earlier, so nagkakaroon ng shareholder engagement, okay, within the community. So ito po yung sample ng mga risk and opportunities na nakikita natin when it comes to implementation of management system. So yan, sana po ay medyo mas maliwanag sa inyo kapag sinabi when it comes to the environmental management system ng 2015 requirement. Ano ba yung sinasabing identification or determining the risk and opportunities ng sa lahat ng services or products within the organization. Okay, we'll go to the environmental impacts, which is under the clause 6.1.2. So sa clause na to, dito naman ay identification and evaluation of significant environmental aspects, especially in the planning phase. It is the most fundamental part of ISO 14001. So understanding the environmental aspects and impact is the key success factors para ma-implement natin yung 14001 management system. Yung environmental aspect is an element of an organization activities, products, services that may or may have impact on the environment. An environmental aspect is a way your activities, service, or products can impact the environment. So yung environmental impact naman na tinatawag is any change to the environment, whether adverse or beneficial, wholly or partially resulting from organization activities, products, or services. Yung environmental impact na tinatawag is yung change na nangyayari sa ating environment. So when determining the environmental aspect and impacts and the associated environmental impact within the organization, we have to consider the life cycle perspective. Okay, so yung every process from raw materials to the product, to the services, to the process, until the disposal ng ating mga waste generated. So we have to consider minimum, ito po, ating emissions to air, release to water, release to land, use of raw materials and natural resources, use of energy. Ito lang yung mga example ng mga kailangan nating i-consider. So when an environmental impact are caused by environmental, the following, merong steps tayong dapat sinusunod para kapag nag-identify na tayo ng environmental aspect and impacts, meron tayong mga basic process na pwede natin maging guide. So first one is to define the EMS scope. Diba, yung unang-una nating in-explain kanina, based on their mission, vision, nakakome up tayo ng scope. So based on that scope, kailangan dun magiging iikot yung ating ma-identify na aspect and impact within the organization. So kapag na-define na natin yung scope, magiging mabilis na sa atin kung paano natin ma-identify yung mga aspect and impacts with this based on the scope of the organization. Then, next to it is ma-identify na natin based on the core business processes, yung iba't ibang aspect nito and yung impact sa ating kumpanya. Then we have to evaluate the significant environmental aspect. So, katulad sa health and safety, nagkakaroon tayo ng risk assessment. Meron pa rin actually standard with the risk management process. So, yung sa EMS 14001, 2015, yung assessment when it comes to the environmental aspect and impacts, hindi sila nag-define na ito yung dapat sundin. It's always based on the requirement of the company. So, company ang magde-decide how you will do the assessment. Okay, so hindi nag-required ang 14,001 2015 ng standard, not like in health and safety. Meron tayong guideline on how to do the risk management system. When it comes to the environmental aspect and impacts, it will always be on the discretion kung paano gagawin ng isang organization. Then once we identify those and evaluate the significant environmental aspect, we have to manage those aspects. So nandiyan na yung maglalagay tayo ng controls, magde-define na tayo ng mga procedures kung paano natin mapiprevent ang pollution sa air, water, and land. Okay, so the level of control should be appropriate to the nature and risk of the significant aspect na na-identify natin. So ito yung sample ng simpleng identification and evaluation ng environmental aspects and impacts within the company. Ito yung mga nabanggit ko kanina, no? So based on the scope, ma-identify natin yung aspect and impact, then i-manage natin based on our evaluation. Ito yung example. So for example, changing of oil. Ano yung aspects na pwede natin makita dito? Air emission, use of oil as absorbents, recycling of oil, spills. So ito yung mga ano lang po hindi siya buo. Ito yung mga simpleng basic example lang po. Ano? So based pa rin, kasi baka sabihin nyo kulang yung aspects na na-identify natin dito. So it is always based on your assumption or yung kung paano natin siya na-assess. Kaya nga hindi siya nagkaroon ng guidelines kung paano mag-assess, no? Kasi it's always based on the scope and the context of the organization. So the impacts with the changing of oil, degrade air quality, consumption of natural resources, increase landfill space, degrade water quality, generation of hazardous waste, di ba? Then operation of equipment. Yan. Ayun, hingi tayo ng kaunting para mag-interact din yung ating mga audience. Diba? Usually po, pag tayo nagte-training sa classroom, at least share. Pili tayo kung sino yung ating mga nandito. Share naman kayo, halimbawa, ano bang activity within your organization. Share us what aspects and impact have you seen on this. So based on the activity ng inyong kumpanya.
Ayos,
Huwag
ma'am.
po kayong mahiya.
Yung mga dito na nagtatrabaho na ho, no? Sabi nga ni ma'am, share your activity. Ano ba ang ginagawa ninyo sa company? No? And ano ba yung sa tingin yung aspeto ng company nyo with regard na merong impact with regards to the environment, no? So please, open your mic lang po. Pwede naman po mag-open. Naku ma'am, mukhang kailangan niyo ho atang tumawag.
Magpahinga lang sana ng kaunti para
Ayun ma'am,
makapag-share din
may
sila, no?
raise po ng hand si Ma'am Marianela. Ma'am, sige po.
Yes, good evening.
Thank
Do you hear
po.
me?
Yes,
Yes
po.
Apo. I'm from the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine, DOH.
Hi po.
So we are a hospital-based organization of the Department of Health, and actually we're very busy for the response for the COVID-19 kasi kami yung prime laboratory that is testing for the COVID-19. One of the issues of the hospital or the organization, particularly for the laboratory, is yung the use of the PPE, especially kahit naman siguro hindi sa hospital, but more since here in the Philippines we're still using the mask, no? So yun yung iniisip ko kanina na one of the environmental aspect, or rather yung generation of the waste ng use na mga mask. Actually here at home nga nag-iisip na kami na kasi syempre paglalabas we're using the mask, tapos pagdating sa bahay we put it in one specific container or storage doon namin tinatapon yung mga use namin na mga mask. Pero inisip ko kasi once na garbage collector nagkuha na sila nung paano kaya nila din-dispose properly. So yun yung mga iniisip ko po na dahil may impact talaga yun, not only for the environment but also health hazard kasi siya, especially if some people do not dispose properly the mask that is being used anywhere. Yun lang po yung share or insight na gusto ko. Hanggang kanina nag-iisip ako kung how does the organization, not only us in the hospital, but actually tingin ko it's a public public health issue rin also. And thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you po, ma'am. Maganda ho actually yung example niya, no, Ma'am Jonathan.
Lapit lang dito yun.
Ay.
Tawag ko sa BI. Yun ako nagturo sa Banyos. Pinumunta mo doon.
Okay po. Ayun nga
Hello,
po.
ma'am.
Hello po. Yes po, sir. Sige po.
Di ba, yung impact ba pwede ring positive, di ba? Lahat ba ng impact ay negative?
Opo, ito po dito sa ating assessment is yung impact sa environment. No po. Ito yung naman na magiging positive na siya, yung na-discuss natin kanina kapag nagkaroon tayo ng re-evaluation nitong mga impacts na to para mas maging lower yung risk or impacts natin sa within the organization. So pero when it comes doing aspect and impacts, ito pong impacts is negative. Yes po.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Siguro po,
So
ma'am.
anyone would like to share?
Meron po ma'am message sa Facebook, no, kay Ma'am Amelia. Ang kanya naman po is, ito common po, no, printing sa opisina, which is usage of paper, and then ang magiging impact niya is use of natural resources, no, consumption of natural resources. And ang kanya namang suggestion is to be paperless or back-to-back printing. Yan yun naman yung addition ni Ma'am Amelia.
Tama po yun. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Michael, nag-raise ng hand.
Sige lang po.
Ma'am, bali sa akin, mama. Sa akin na experience ko yung yung excess ng ng cement mixture sa construction kasi. Ang ginagawa ko diyan, ma'am, bali halimbawa may excess. Hindi kasi nagkaroon ng issue nung kasi kung saan na tinatambak eh. Ang inano ko diyan, nakipag-coordinate ako dun sa surrounding barangay na yung mga lubak-lubak. Doon namin tinatambak ngayon na for temporary na medyo maayos yung daanan. Kasi kami rin ang gumagamit eh. Ganun, ma'am. Bali yun lang. I-share ko.
Thank you po. So yun yung tinatawag natin na kapag nag-aantay ng management system is yung risk and opportunities. So di ba yung paggamit natin yan ng cement. So nagkakaroon tayo, kung doon mo na lang siya ilalagay sa within the construction area, minsan na-identify pa siya ng ating client or consultant as hazardous waste. So pakinabangan na lang natin. So pwede natin isama yon sa objective and targets ng isang kumpanya, ng isang construction company sa atin sa Pinas. Kasi it's a good initiative, no, within the community nearby, lalo sa Pinas, no? Kasi maraming community walang fund for rehabilitation or improvement ng ating mga roads. So it's a good point. May isa pa pong nag-raise hand kanina.
Si Sir Jerry po, nag-raise po ng hand. Sige po, Sir Jerry.
Yes, hello ma'am. Okay, yung si-share ko kasi nasa nasa printing, flexible packaging, nasa printing industry kami. So dito napakarami ng hazard. So isa dito, yung isa sa mga activity is yung printing. So maraming may mga waste din na na-generate dito, kamukha ng mga excess raw materials. Then yung solvent, especially yung mga solvent. So ngayon, malaki ang cost implication niyan sa amin, lalo na kung hindi namin nare-recycle. So ang isa sa mga opportunity namin tiningnan dito is magkaroon kami ng solvent recovery at a higher capacity para mas mababa yung yung pwede naming i-dispose yung hindi na talaga siya usable. And aside from that, meron din kami sa process namin na lamination process where you can bond two different material, kamukha ng mga nakikita nating mga candy wrappers or chocolates. So kami dati mataas ang namin yan mga waste, lalo na pag nakaroon ka ng mga job change over. So nag-equip kami ng mga bagong makina na pwede mo na siyang i-trim down or ma-reuse yung mga leftover mo. So yun lang, isa sa mga ginagawa rin namin dito.
So thank you po. So yan yung mga bagay na kanina na-discuss natin, no? Kapag na-identify natin within the process ng isang company, yung different aspects, no? So ano natin siya for another opportunities para mas maging less yung impact nito sa ating environment. Then makakakomply tayo at makakakommit dun sa policy ng isang organization. So kaya lang make sure natin itong lahat ng ito is na-defined, no? Naging part ng ating management system para ito yung mga evidence na gustong makita ng ating mga auditor para during our certification or during our recertification ng isang organization. So thank you po sa lahat ng nag-participate. So after nito, ma-identify na yes po.
Hello?
Yes sir,
Ma'am,
go ahead.
ma'am, tanong ko lang po sa ating speaker. Ma'am, itong tanong ko related to sa giyera sa Russia sa Ukraine. In fact, yung giyera sa Russia Ukraine, ang laki ng environmental factors damage. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Yes po.
So that is a risk. There is a risk dyan sa war between Ukraine and Russia. Ang tanong ko, ano po yung mga opportunities on that particular war?
In other
Kasi ang risk, damage of properties, environmental damage, human lives.
So ito na po,
ano po yung mga possible opportunities?
Diyan na po pumapasok yung mga entrepreneur, mga business-minded
Yung
na
opportunity
tao.
sa labanan.
Yes po. So for example, yung fire. May mga industry po.
What a specific
no?
example, ma'am?
For example, yung mga nagpo-produce ng ating mga sasakyan or ng mga bomba o ng ating mga armas sa gera. No? Yun, may nag-comment. So yung mga firearm na yan, business sa kanila yan. Opportunity yan sa kanila. Then isa pa po, actually is when it comes to those who are doing the trading, let's say, financial business matter naman. So yung mga talagang bihasa sa trading. Ngayon, dahil sa war na yan, tumataas ang value ng oil. It's a good opportunity for those who are in stocks and hindi na environmental related, financial and business and entrepreneurship related na siya. So yung mga nagtitrade, it's good time opportunity nung nag-start yung war to buy a commodity, oil for example. Grabe, umabot siya ng hanggang 130 per barrel. Then at this time, dahil nagkakaroon na siya ng mga negotiation between the two parties, so bumababa na siya. So that is when it comes to the point of view of trading, na nagtitrade sa financial matter naman. When it comes to business, so yung nasira yung ating mga bahay doon, gawa ng war. So later stage, let's say, nagkabati na, Ukraine, Russia, nagkaroon ng proper negotiation, so rehabilitation ng kanilang bansa. No? So nandiyan na, business pa rin. Diba? So, nagkakaroon na ng opportunities doon sa mga business-minded doon sa Ukraine to rehabilitate, again, infrastructure work, community rehabilitation, yung mga bahay. And then, when it comes to the healthcare, magkakaroon siya, mag-generate ng a lot of work after the war. No? During the war, nagkakaroon naman ng mga migration, no, sa iba't ibang bansa. Then those who are expert na umaalis ng kanilang bansa, pumupunta sa ibang bansa, so they can utilize of their resources. Kasi nga, ayaw nilang makisali sa war, so pupunta na lang sila ng Poland or ng Pinas or sa iba. When it comes to the environmental naman, no, malaki, sobra ang impact niya sa environment na itong nangyayaring war sa within the surrounding ng Ukraine. No po.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, observation lang.
Sige, Kuya Delpin. Sige po.
May observation. Merong isang international columnist na isang Indian, sabi niya, itong giyera daw, ang nakikinabang dito yung USA eh. Kumikita sila because of the business of war. And possibly, that is true. Kasi dito, kumikita tong US sa pagsusupply ng mga ammunition sa Ukraine eh. Kaya nga nakikita ko rito itong gerang to, ang laki ng opportunities lalo sa mga G4 countries katulad ng USA. Kaya ang talo lang dito yung mga Asian world countries, yung mga Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, pero yung matataas na bansa talagang kumikita talaga sila eh. Yun lang ang comment ko doon, ma'am. Thank you very much po, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ma'am, siguro in addition, sa Delpin, mukhang pupunta tayo sa Ukraine. Mukhang mag-business tayo ron.
After
Nagkano season na. Actually, tama rin, no? Siguro sa another development o rehabilitation.
Yes, President.
Magiging opportunity rin to para na masiguro, halimbawa, pwede mag-offer yung mga company ng mga environment friendly product as well sa mga green building, pagtayo ng mga structure na environment friendly o tinatawag na parang sustainable housing na diyan napapasok 'yan, including yung mga green energy na tinatawag, o pwede siguro yung mga housing nila pwede na maging may solar, ganon, di ba? Yun yung mga opportunity na pwede makapag-contribute siguro sooner, no? But right now, kailangan siguro ma-evaluate muna natin kung ano talaga magiging epekto nito. Unless ma-evaluate natin, hindi natin makomplete yung PDCA cycle na pinaliwanag o pinaka ng standard na pinapaliwanag ni Ma'am Jolibet, hindi natin marirealize yan. Tama po, ma'am? Okay po.
Tama po. Salamat, sir.
Ma'am, dagdag lang.
Napakalawak po ng pag-uusap pag yan yung ating pag-uusapan, no? Kasi sobrang dami na pwedeng aspeto pag yan yung ating pag-uusapan when it comes to the risk and opportunities and aspect and impacts. So, kaya napaka-importante ng element na defining the scope ng isang EMS para hindi siya hindi na kailangang isama pa yung mga insignificant element or process or product sa isang kumpanya. No po? May umiinit po kanina, sorry.
Sige po,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Kaya po.
Ano po kasi sa yung risk and opportunity, depende yata yan sa ano eh, subjective.
Yes
Kung
po.
yung war talaga sa environment, wala siyang positive impact. Sa environment yung war,
Or
yung
negative.
tinatopic yung war, halimbawa sa hazard po, wala naman siyang positive impact eh. Ang opportunity na lang doon, yung iko-control mo. Iiwas, ganun. Opportunity to control, tapos yung magbati na lang, ganun, sa war. Yung parang yung ng opportunity sa environment. Sa business,
comment lang,
siguro
sir.
kanina, sa business kanina, meron. Pero sa environment, wala siyang positive impact.
Tama po, no? Tama po, Sir Panfilo, no? Kaya, hindi naman per se kailangan lagi kang mag-identify ng positive or negative. Depende talaga sa sitwasyon. But now again, moving forward, let us proceed first sa ating pinaka-topic, which is environment.
Yes po.
Oo, sige po.
So, thank you, Ms. Mira. So, we'll go.
Pinalo kasi ni Kuya Delphin, pinasukan ng gera. Hindi, okay lang naman yun. Open discussion naman kasi tayo. Kaya, pero at the end of the day nga, yung sinabi ni Sir, yung opportunity na yung magkasundo. Kaya yung example natin kanina, in the future pa rin talaga na matapos tong sitwasyon na to, yung hostilities or whatever na tinatawag mo, ito yung dito na papasok yung yung opportunity na hindi pa natin makikita talaga ngayon dahil nga sa impact
Yes,
ng nito.
So we'll go back to our discussion po. After our ma-identify na natin yung aspect and impacts within the company. So dito na po papasok yung ating compliance obligations. So meron din tayong clause na nagpa-part dito is yung evaluation of compliance. With the ISO 14001 2015, compliance obligation defined as the legal requirements that an organization has to comply with any other requirements that an organization has to or chooses to comply with. No? So kasi hindi lahat ng legal requirements na meron sa Pinas or dito sa UAE, based dun sa iyong context ng organization, hindi mo naman sila lahat kailangan i-comply. Kaya kailangan magkaroon tayo ng evaluation ng lahat ng itong compliance para ma-identify natin alin doon yung ating susundin. Then, makikita din natin yung ating process, yung ating policy, ay magkukomply based on this compliance na na-identify natin. So with the 2004, actually, 2009 standard, compliance obligation replaced legal and other requirements. Compliance obligations may be mandatory, like yung acts and regulations, or voluntary, like contractual relationship or yung code of practice na ini-issue ng iba't ibang bansa. Like dito sa UAE, meron kaming certain code of practice na ikino-comply which is not mandatory sa ibang emirate ng UAE. So same din sa Pilipinas, yung mga code of practice na in-issue ng, let's say, ng DNR or ng environmental authorities, pwede, hindi din siya applicable dito sa atin. Pero merong mga international requirements na pwede nating piliin, no, na i-comply ng isang organization. Voluntary undertakings become a compliance obligations once the organization decides to adopt it. The organization must determine the risks and opportunities associated with the compliance obligations. This could be the scale of penalties resulting from non-conformance, the benefits accruing from meeting commitments, or the risk and of the EMS failing to maintain the compliance. So they must plan actions and yung ating procedures na ini-implement to address the compliance obligation and to integrate these actions into EMS or other business process. So Ito yung ating mga applicable mandatory legal requirements, like here sa UAE, Federal Law 24 governs the environmental protection in the UAE, and then may mga sub-ministerial decree pa rin ito, no? And then Philippine Environmental Law, nandiyan yung Philippine Constitution 1987, PH 1586, PD 1151, and more. So yung international and local laws regulations, nandiyan na yung mga RA 8749, 9225, Clean Act, Clean Water Act of 2004, and then it depends on countries kung saan tayo nandun, yung mga applicable regulations. And of course, we have to also to include the other interested parties. Like 14,001 2015 requirement is the project requirement. If you are working na construction, yung client mo nagsabi sa iyo na itong mga code of practice nito kailangan i-comply nyo. Then within the community group, no, yung mga NGO and other specific requirement where you will do your business or yung isang construction company. So yung ating mga obligations based on the contractual agreement between the project and the client. Okay? So ito yung mga example na banggit ko sa Pilipinas. Ito yung mga Philippine Environmental Law minimum. Actually, madami pa to. Pero siguro kung meron tayong mga audience dito na PCO, mas familiar sila kung ano yung mga environmental laws na nag-cater sa atin sa Pinas. No po?
Ma'am, pwede magtanong, ma'am?
Yes po.
Related to sa Philippine Environment Law. Sir, ma'am, ano po yung mga crime na related sa environment? Yung mga crime na related po sa environment, ma'am? Mga krimen na related po sa environment. Crime. Yung violations of the crime of the law.
Ayan,
ano po
yung
mga
nasa Pinas natin na PCO Gen or environmental engineer.
Ano po yung mga example
So
niya na
you can share.
crime related sa environmental law? Kasi ma'am, meron po tayong meron po tayong NBI, Environmental Department sa NBI, National Bureau of Investigation. Sa NBI, ma'am, ang inuhuli ito yung mga lumalabag sa batas ng environment. Pero ang tanong ko, ano po yung mga crime na related sa environment?
Like illegal discharge ng water, ng wastewater, ng mga manufacturing. Let's say, yung mga ganun po. Halimbawa din po ay, ayan, may mga nagsishare sa atin sa GC. Discharging of chemicals without treatment. Yes, yun yung isa sa number 1, no? Illegal logging. Ayan. Marami nagsishare sa atin sa GC. Napakarami po ng mga non-compliance. Actually,
Okay.
dapat tawagin natin
Example din
silang
yan, ma'am.
non-compliance. Wag po crime.
Example,
No?
ma'am, alam ma'am, example din yan yung mga oil spill, no? 'Di ba? Ang
Yes
mahal
po.
ng ano niyan, ng fine yan, ang laki ng fine yan. Sir Delphin, meron ho ba kayong experience na tingin niyo environmental crime?
Sa construction, sir, kasi galing ako sa construction, sir, eh.
Actually, siguro po tamang term natin is non-compliance, no? Hawag siguro crime. Kasi we are on the environmental management system. Hindi natin nagagamit dito yung word or terminology na crime. So katulad po nung under the RA 9275, discharging or depositing of materials that could pollute any water body. So ito yung discharging of regulated pollutants without a valid discharge permit, no? Yung isa din po is prohibited act under section RA 9275, which is transport and dumping solid waste on the seawater. So ito yung mga non-compliance. And then refusal to allow entry, inspection, and monitoring by the DNR. So ito yung mga non-compliance natin na tinatawag. Then meron din tayong under RA 9275 about the domestic wastewater. And then yung mga requirement ng pagsasubmit ng mga report it comes to the DNR. Meron din po tayo na pagdating sa noise pollution, no? Yung meron tayong kasama sa monitor natin sa mga construction, nag-check tayo ng ating mga sounds na napuproduce. So yung mga decibel, intensity, frequency. Sa Pinas po is sobrang stringent, no? At very yung mga laws ang dami. Kaya yung mga PCO o yung mga environmental engineer, they could have a lot of these violations identified na or the non-conformance when it comes to the laws. Napakarami po niyan na ito lang pong 8 na to is minimum, no? Marami pa po. Ayun, baka po may mga
wala pa nga tayo rito, ma'am, yung
i-share pa.
PDA 25, eh, no? Wala pa nga
Ano po,
rito.
minimum lang yan.
Nung bata ako,
Kasi
meron na, yun talaga
medyo
yung
matagal na po tayong
PDA
medyo
25.
matagal na tayo dito eh.
Share ko lang, ma'am, last 2019 may isang piggery sa Cebu na sinara. According dito sa report, ma'am, alleged violation of the Public Act 8550 or Fisheries Code of the Philippines at saka RA 9275 o Clean Water Act. Ito yung nangyari sa ma'am, sa Magtalisay, Barangay Sanga, San Fernando, Cebu. Noong 2019, yung isang piggery doon, actually tinatawag naman yung Tansans piggery, na meron din silang yung ice plant, pinakaunang ice plant sa Pilipinas na gumagamit ng yung tae ng baboy. Actually pinasara sila noong 2019 dahil yung waste nila dinidischarge nila sa dagat, yung ihi.
Dapat may septic tank.
Sir, tama
Meron din
yun, sir.
po tayong mga Solid Waste Management Act. Ang dami po sa Pinas actually ng mga laws or regulations na, pero syempre sa dinami-dami ito, hindi naman po siya necessary na lahat yun ay i-comply ng isang establishment. Kaya it's very important na malaman mo yung context or yung scope ng isang organization para alam niyo po kung alin lang yung relevant based on those significant aspect na identify natin sa within the organization. No po?
Yes, may mga establishment na closure man, tama yung sinabi ni Sir. Yung diin ko doon, hindi lang closure, nasampahan ng kaso. Na-prosecute sila ng ating honorable na korte, nasampahan ng kaso, nakulong. That is crime. I'm talking about that matter. Sinampahan ng kaso, after hearing, after 6, nakulong yung tao. Hindi lang na-closure yung establishment because of certain violation. Sinampahan talaga ng kaso yung kalibas, yung project engineer.
Ayan, talaga yan.
Katulad yan,
Opo,
yung
nangyayari
corruption
po yan.
sa mga
Pero yan po
building,
yung
substandard na
Yes.
ginamit na mga gamit. Biglang nagkaroon ng collapse, yung building yung palang ginamit substandard. Nasampahan ng kaso ng corruption engineer.
So yun yung po yung mga ibang bagay na part ng isang non-compliance or mga violation ng isang company. No po? So yun yung katulad na thanks Ms. MJ, tama po yun. Ang sa Pinas is regulated by DNR mainly actually and then the DOLE. So kapag nag-investigate siguro ng mga non-compliance, nagkakaroon na ng mga iba pang bagay, no, na nakikita kung bakit nagkaroon sila ng violation. Like yung sinabi niyo, mga substandard use of I think yun yung pumapasok yung sa mga civil code, no? Which is medyo malayo ng konti dun sa ating EMS. Pero yung main reason, it could be probably part of our OHS later stage, no? Yung ating mga, sa ating later, sa next week, yung ating next standard. Pero kapag halimbawa, EMS, let's focus on the environmental violation or environmental non-compliance based on those laws and regulations, no, na na-identify or we have in the Philippines.
Ma'am, bigay mo natin kay Doc Rogel, baka meron siya
Ayan,
i-share
nag-raise hand si Sir
para
Roy.
maano natin tong issue, madagdagan ba yung kaalaman.
Thank you po sa opportunity. Thank you, sir, sa
Hi,
pag-record.
Sir Roy.
Kasi it seems like the discussion is already out of the context na. So I just wanted to intervene at this point. Remember, what we are discussing here is environmental management system. So which means that when we talk about environmental management system, it is how to manage the environmental aspect of our organization. Now, we don't dispute the fact that environmental laws and violations thereof of these laws are criminal offenses. However, we are not limiting to the fact that the violations have also administrative or civil cases. That's the reason why from the start, we are always using the term either non-conformity or non-compliance because we're talking about management system. Unless and until the incident or the accident involving environment reaches to the judicial level, either juridical na siya, nasa korte na siya, na-file yung kaso, then that's the time only we adopt the terminology of either it is an administrative case or a criminal case. So at this point, we could not be able to use these terminologies because we are limited to the discussion of environmental management system. I hope everything is clear. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Sir Roy.
Thank you.
Yun po.
Aha. So yung mga questions po, ma'am, na siguro i-release, pwede natin siyang i-entertain mamaya during Q&A, no? And let's stick rin ho sa ating topic for today, which is more of environment naman. Alam ko maraming gustong i-dagdag yung iba, but let's allow the topic to be within the po. Sige po, ma'am, go ahead po.
Okay po. So we'll go back to our discussion. Ayan. So na-discuss na natin kanina yung environmental aspects and compliance obligations. So next natin is yung planning action. Ano ba yung mga certain action na dapat natin gawin, no? Kapag after identifying those environmental aspects, yung napili na natin, na-define na natin yung mga compliance obligations na relevant with the significant aspects na isang kumpanya. Then we have identify already yung risk and opportunities then we have to integrate it and implement the action into its EMS processes. Then at the later stage, we have to evaluate the effectiveness of these actions. So itong sa 6.1.4, the organization should plan to address those significant environmental aspects and identified risks and opportunities. The organization must integrate and implement this action into environmental management system processes or the business processes. So when it comes to the environmental objectives and planning, para ma-achieve natin yung intended outcome ng ating management system, nandito na yung mag-identify tayo ng environmental objectives. At yung certain process or mag-develop tayo ng mga procedures, no, sa ating management system para ma-achieve natin yung ating na-set, na-define na objective and targets. The objective should be consistent with the environmental policy. It should be measurable, monitored, and communicated and updated as appropriate. So the standard requires the organization to establish and maintain a documented environmental objective. So na-emphasize ko siya na documented kasi kailangan makita siya at na-audit, no? Na-monitor natin if achievable ba yung ating na-set na objective and targets. So objectives can help us translate the purpose into action. They should be factored into our strategic plan and can facilitate the integration of environmental management with the other business management process. Okay, ito po yung mga example. ito lang is a minimum lang, no? Pinagsama-sama lang na objective and targets and the involved parties. Example is reduce water consumption. Siyempre, bago tayo mag-set up sa gantong objective, kailangan makapag-set muna tayo ng baseline. Bakit ba tayo kakaroon ng objective na mapababa yung consumption? Kasi ba yung bill natin masyado nang tumataas. So nagkakaroon na tayo ng reference guideline na yung 2019, 2020, 2021, pataas pa siya. So magkaroon tayo ng baseline based on the number of, let's say, based on the number of manpower or employees within the company. Then based on the activities or service and products ng isang organization. Then with this, we benchmark each plant by, itong date is by March 31, 2022. Then put the program in place by March 31, 2022. Sorry, it should be the first one actually is, ito is 031. Mas mauna yung baseline bago yung mga program in place. So sino yung mga involved parties? Yung production and maintenance staff, kung may engineering department tayo, involved din yung accounting department kasi makakakuha tayo sa kanila ng mga reference. Kung pag analyze na natin, makukuha natin sa kanila yung mga bill, no, na ating binabayadang tubig. Then reduce chemical spills. Ang ating target is to train employees by April 9, 2022, reduce the number of spills. So, bakit kaya nag-come up ng gantong mag-reduce ng 50%? So, baka kasi yung isang organization, they are more of the industry, let's say, sa workshop or the maintenance, no? So, nagkakaroon lagi sila ng oil spill or dun sa company na nag-store ng a lot of chemicals, like sa mga warehouse. So, sa kanilang accident reporting, sa last year, na tumataas siya pataas na yung kanilang incident ng chemical spill. Kaya dapat by 2022, ma-reduce nila to. Kaya ito yung kanilang sinet na target. Then the production and the maintenance and the shipping and receiving environmental training group will be involved on this to achieve this target. So ito lang po yung mga basic or sample ng objective and targets. At sa pag-define nito is lagi natin siyang chine-check kung ano yung aspect and impact, yung involvement, yung mga parties within the organization or with the external organization. And the same thing, kung ano yung legal compliance natin na i-comply. Yun yung kailangan nating isipin, isaalang-alang kapag magsiset na tayo ng objective and targets ng isang organization. So be flexible in our objective. Define the desired result and let the people responsible determine how to achieve the result. The key of keep your objective simple. Initially, gain some early success and then build on them. And then we have to communicate it within the workforce or within the company. Kasi mamaya niyan, HSE in a point ng project manager o mag-define kayo kasi requirement lang pero hindi naman natin nako-communicate within ibang department, no? So within up to our labor or other staff. So some example like reduce electricity usage, reduce natural gas use by 10%. Then we have to mention yung date kung kailan natin para kapag nagmo-monitor, nag-i-evaluate na tayo. And during the audit, makikita natin kung naging effective ba yung management system natin at kung nag-comply or na-achieve natin yung ating target. Then like zero permit limit violations kasi baka yung isang company for the previous years, lagi na lang may fine when it comes to the mga permitting. When it comes to the waste generation dito sa UAE, actually, very strict sila when it comes to the construction waste. Nagkakaroon ng mga random inspections. So kung yung ang company mo o yung project mo is nagkakaroon ka ng marami ng fine, then you should assess it and include in your target this year na dapat ma-reduce or maging zero na talaga. And then during this process, nagkakaroon tayo ng continual improvement within the management system and within the business itself, no? Based on this our objective and targets. Okay. May tanong po ba dito sa environmental objectives? Okay. So we'll go next is to the support or the clause 7. So na-discuss na po natin based on our 5 key areas is yung ibang clauses and up to our planning. So clause 7 is the support, which comprises the resources, competency, the awareness, communication, and documentation. So ito nga po, meron siyang mga sub-clauses. Okay? So internal communication, external communication, and the documented information required by this standard. So first is yung general requirement ng support. This clause is all about the execution of the plans and processes that enable the organization to meet its EMS. Simply expressed, this is a very powerful requirement covering all the EMS resource needed. Organization will need to determine the necessary competence of people doing the work that under its control affects its environment performance and its ability to fulfill its compliance obligation and ensure that they receive the appropriate training. So with clause 7.1, resources, this 7.1 requires organization to provide the resources needed for establishment, implementation, maintenance, and continual improvement of EMS. Yung tinatawag na resource is not, hindi lang siya yung financial, hindi lang siya yung manpower. But there are different type of resources na tinatawag dito sa clause na ito. Nandiyan na yung equipment, material, specialized skills, yung facilities natin, no? These are all the different type of resources. So it's include of all the material resources necessary, which include human, financial, to implement the EMS. So with this clause, it requires adequate resources para ma-identify natin kung ano-ano ba yung mga resources na kailangan natin para ma-implement natin yung EMS. We have to identify it. Then yung sa steps na to, during the developing the management system, we have to take these steps para ma-assess natin. Kasi hindi natin pwedeng i-cover lahat, no? Kasi it's always based on the context and scope of your organization. Then, kapag na-identify na natin yung mga resource na needed, kailangan ng isang engineer, kailangan natin ng PCO sa company para may nag-monitor, kailangan natin ng maintenance team. Kapag na-identify na natin to, mag-prepare na tayo ng budget to address the needs. Kasi kapag walang budget, no, mahihirapan tayong ma-implement. Kaya nga, from the start, we have mentioned na yung top management commitment, no, they have to support and they have to understand everything, how to do this prevention of pollution or how to involve in the sustainability. Kasi they have to support. Kasi kapag ating objective and targets involving of money pero wala namang commitment with the management, then hindi natin siya magagawa. Then kapag na-address na natin to, meron na tayong budget, na-identify na natin yung mga kailangan, so we have to track the progress. Then we have to track the cost and ensure that the resources continue to reflect the current needs of the organization. So it's very important na i-consider natin yung business forecasting, yung new development plans para ma-evaluate natin yung mga resources na kailangan sa isang organization. Then, isa din dito yung mga involvement ng ating environmental operating permits, no? Like yung sa air permit, wastewater permit, and then use ng mga hazardous material and generation of waste. So ito yung mga trigger na kung kailan nangangailangan tayo ng mas maraming resources para ma-implement natin to sa ating EMS. Then 7.2 is the competence. So dito sa competence, the organization must determine the necessary competent person of doing the work under its control that affects the environmental performance in its ability to fulfill the compliance obligation. So this clause requires that a person are competent on the basis of appropriate education, training, and experience. So the overall goal is to produce knowledgeable, skilled, and aware employees who will assist us or the organization to achieve our intended outcome or to achieve our goals and objectives. Kasi kapag halimbawa, isa nating objective and targets is yung about sa waste management natin. Tapos, basta mo na lang in-appoint yung isang office staff or yung draftsman na walang ka-idea about sa waste management, then siya yung magiging coordinator mo. Diba? So, we have to check, we have to analyze kung sino ba, or baka kailangan natin mag-outsource na, magdagdag ng tao, kasi yung ating organization is nagpo-produce talaga ng hazardous waste. So, baka kailangan mag-hire tayo ng specific person na who have the knowledge, who have the experience and skills when it comes to the waste management. Hindi yung dahil nagtitipid ang kumpanya kung sino na lang na nandun sa organization tapos walang ka-idea na para siya yung dapat mag-asikaso na based on sa requirement ng management. Then the standard requires the organization to identify the training needs. And this clause requires all personnel whose work may create significant impact upon the environment have received appropriate training. So from top management up to the low level on the ground, kahit yung sa mga construction hanggang sa mga labor workers natin, nagkakaroon tayo ng mga training need analysis kasi kailangan din nilang magkaroon ng awareness about environmental management, like yung good housekeeping, yung mga construction waste, dapat sinesegregate nila properly based on the type of the waste na nag-generate sa isang construction. So yung mga awareness na yun, kailangan ma-communicate natin up to the ground level para kasi makaka-apekto yun dun sa ating target na makuha natin or ma-achieve natin yung ating intended outcome or yung objective and target. So yung training requirements dito is nandito yung job-specific training. Yun, nabanggit ko sa mga staff, sa office staff, katulad ng kaninang example, yung sa mga paper, no? And then, up comes to the construction, yung ating mga laborer. And then, of course, when it comes to the regulatory, it is specific, no? Kasi hindi ka naman pwede mag-appoint ng isang environmental engineer, tawag mo environmental engineer or a PCO, tapos hindi pala siya equipped para siyang maging in charge pagdating dito para ma-monitor at ma-evaluate or maano natin yung compliance ng isang company. Okay, so yun dyan yung nag-fall yung sa competency. Then yung 7.3 is yung awareness. Part siya, kaya siya nandito sa 7th clause kasi sila interlinked to each other. So with the 7.3, the intent of this clause is to ensure that employees at all levels of the organization understand from the policy itself, the principles, the procedures, up to a small thing na about sa environmental management natin. So the way their job activities can impact the environment and the achievement of our goals and targets, which obviously includes in the meeting of the compliance obligations. Employees can assist in the organization in achieving its environmental objectives and improving the environmental performance. Kaya napaka-importante na magkaroon sila ng awareness. No? Kaya nga nagkakaroon tayo part ng ating training plan. We should not only focus on the health and safety. So laging sinasama natin dyan yung pagdating sa environmental para yung ating naset na mga objective is ma-communicate din at maging aware ang lahat, no? So within the organization. Kaya itong communication is a very important factor dito din sa framework na to. Kasi ito naman yung kung paano natin nakakascade from the policy to the compliance, to the aspect impact, to the procedures, and yung outcome ng ating management system is na-communicate natin internally and externally. So, ano yung mga dapat natin i-communicate, kailan, at kung paano natin ito i-communicate sa buong organization. So this clause 7.4, the communication refers to all types of communication, both internal and the external. It requires organization to establish and maintain the process of internal communication between various level and function. So yung sample ng mga internal communications are ito. Yan. Examples of internal communication, communicating environmental objective and targets within the employees, within the organization, raising awareness. Yung nabanggit ko kanina, yung policies up to our labor, no, aside from office, and then advising of any non-conformance to relevant department heads. Kapag nagkaroon na tayo ng mga NC, no, kapag sa isang department like sa maintenance or sa engineering department, and then of course the reporting incidents, it comes to the environmental. Then example of external communication is dealing with the environmental complaints or proactively inviting such stakeholder or green pressure groups to the site. So ito na yung nagre-respond na tayo sa mga media, no, sa authority kapag may mga violation. Ito na, dito na siya pumapasok. So an inability to communicate effectively within the first few hours of any incident could seriously reduce the company's ability to control the situation. Kaya kapag nagkakaroon ng in emergency situation, like for example, a spillage, no? Kapag yung halimbawa mga oil and gas company nagkaroon ng spill dun sa mga pipeline nila, yung communication is very critical sa kanila kasi bago pa siya kumalat, so kailangan ma-inform na ang lahat ng involved parties dito. Then the same thing dun sa ating internal, no? So yung communications will help the organization to motivate the workforce, then to explain the environmental policy, procedures, and how it will relate para makatulong siya sa progress o success ng isang business and ensure the understanding of goals and expectations. And it can demonstrate management commitment and identify potential system improvement. So, ang 7.5 naman is yung documented information. So in 14,001-2015 clause 7.5, documented information has eliminated the long-standing distinction between documents and records. So previously, sa 2009, it is referred as documents and records. Now, it is referred as documented information. According to ISO, the definition of the term documented information refers to the information that must be controlled and maintained. Kasi yung mga requirement dito sa mga clauses, hindi naman kailangan lahat documented. At meron lang na nag-define dito na yung mga evidence lang ang kailangang documented information ang ikikip na isang company para siya yung namomonitor natin. Then, the term documented information is meant to describe any information that is required to be controlled and maintained by the organization and the medium on which is contained. So, na-define din natin from the start, alin yung mga ikikip natin na documents, no? Alin yung isasama nating mga records. So, this documented information can refer to the environmental management system itself, the processes, the documentation, and records. There are requirements for the control of documented information, particularly it's available and suitable for use. Kaya it's always very important, yun yung sa simula pa lang sinasabi is kung ano yung context ng organization, kung ano yung scope, so dapat suitable yun sa isang organization. Then adequately protected and distributed applicably and can be accessed. So yung retrieval niya, use, storage, and preservation should be controlled. Yun yung pagdating sa documented information. Then 7.53 is the control of documented information. So this clause, once the document information exists, the next logical step is controlling it. So how to control ang ating mga documented information based on the 14,001-2015? So first is the availability. The documented information exists where it's supposed to exist. The organization has dedicated the resources to create the documented information, and information is suitable for the need it was intended to fill. Then yung nasabi ko kanina, it has to be protected. And then yung distribution, yung change ng control and retention. So dapat ma-define natin ito doon sa ating management system. So the documented information of external origin is determined by organization to be necessary for the planning and operation of environmental management system. It has to be identified as well, no? And then ito yung mga sample documentations natin sa EMS. So yung environmental policy, objective and targets, yung scope ng ating EMS, yung core elements ng EMS and interaction, then including yung records natin, international or yung legal requirements. So nandito na lahat yung ating aspect register, legal compliance. Ito lang yung mga sample documentation. And of course, the operational control procedures. Ito, nag-summary ako dito ng documentation requirement of ISO 14001-2015. So nandito yung mga clauses na ka-mention dito yung requirement ng standard. For example, yung environmental aspects. Naka-mention dito na ang organization shall maintain documented information of its environmental aspect and impact criteria used to determine significant environmental aspect. So naka-mention sa every clause ng standard kung alin yung nagre-require ng documentation. Okay, so hindi lahat ng clauses natin na diniscuss earlier is nagre-require ng documented information. Ito yung mga sample, 6.1, 6.12, then competence, 7.2. Then when it comes to the communication and operational planning and control, syempre, meron yan kasi nandyan lahat yung ating processes na i-comply. Then emergency preparedness and response. And then yung monitoring and measurement, analysis and evaluation. Yan. Ito yung mga summary ng clauses na kailangan ng documentation, na pag nag-audit, nag-evaluate ng compliance ng management system, ito yung dapat ay ready available. Yan po. So, tapos na tayo sa support. Next is the operation. So, sa operation, ito na yung ating process or procedures, no? Based on sa pagpaplano natin sa ating objective and targets, dito na papasok yung operational planning and control and emergency preparedness and response. Then, clause 9 is the performance evaluation. So, pagdating sa clause 8 ng operation, this clause deals with the execution of the plans and processes that enable the organization to meet its environmental objective. These controls are like including the engineering controls and procedures. And organization must shall establish, implement, okay, maintain, and control the process needed to meet the environmental management requirements. Then dito din can be yung controls natin, dito na din pumapasok yung ating idea about a hierarchy of controls. Kasi dito natin ma-define yung iba't iba nating mitigation or procedures para ma-achieve natin yung target and objective. And this control should be consistent with the life cycle perspective or life cycle thinking. So huwag natin kakalimutan yon. And when it comes to us, well, with the ating nakitang risk and opportunities sa pag-define or pag-identify nitong ating mga procedures na i-implement. So ito yung ating mga dapat i-consider, no? So ito yung isang example ng operation control measures. For example, ang process natin ay sa office. So ang input natin dito paggamit ng papel, ang ink, IT equipment, energy, customized specification, then ang output is the design, the drawings, and the support material. So nag-identify tayo ng aspect, no, considering the life cycle. Andiyan na yung from the procurement, pang select no anong type ng printer ang gagamitin, kung anong type ng papel, so yung energy use natin, and gas and electricity. So yung example ng controls na pwede nating i-implement considering a life cycle perspective, purchasing policy. So dapat may proper procedures. Ano ba yung dapat sundin sa pagpili ng ating mga papel at ink? Katulad nung nabanggit ko kanina, kapag baka naman pwede, hindi naman nalalayo yung presyo, ang gamitin nating mga papel is yung gumagamit ng recycled material. Then when it comes to the operational is process flow chart, training and IT procedures and draft reviews. So instead na kada isang drawing print, papakita sa manager, papa-approvean. So yung IT magiging involved yan kasi pwede namang gumamit tayo ng mga PDF para makapag-direct online yung mga comments or reviews ng ating manager. Then isi-save na lang natin and then isi-send din ng electronic copy. So instead of printing, no, magko-consume tayo ng napakaraming papel, napakaraming ink. And then we use energy as well doon sa mga printer natin. Kaya doon sa operational process na yun, dapat ma-define yun doon sa ating i-implement within the organization. And then the equipment that we will use. So yung default setting ng printer, pwede nating ano na dyan yung double-sided. Pero magkaroon ng awareness, syempre pag may mga submittals na ibibigay sa mga client kapag kailangan talaga nilang print out, so they are aware na hindi din dapat double-sided, kaya hindi na nagkakaroon ng duplication of printing kasi nalimutan pala nila na nakaset up yung printer nyo ng double-sided printer na agad siya. Then yung mga printer natin ginagamit, so gumagamit tayo ng mga, yung ngayon sa printer, yung mga ink, ay inject something like that, yung mga ano na siya, refillable, no? Kasi yung waste generation ng ating ink, isa din siya sa mga isasama natin na aspect dun sa within the office. So ito lang yung mga sample ng operation and control measures na pumapasok dito sa clause na ito. So when it comes to the controls, kailangan nating i-consider yung engineering control and procedures following the hierarchy in establishing for executing the control, like yung ating natutunan sa health and safety, yung elimination, substitution, and administrative controls, no? So example din ng mga operational control within the company para mapapasama siya sa ating EMS is waste management procedures natin, no? Contractors or subcontractor policy procedure, then sa suppliers or like itong nasabi, purchasing policy, and then when it comes to the specific work, yung mga procedures natin sa isang construction, so naka-integrate din yung environmental requirement natin. So yung sa construction work, actually, nagre-required sila ng environmental impact assessment. Sometimes it's required from a third party. So naka-establish siya, naka-mention siya dun sa ating mga operational procedure na yan. Nandiyan din yung kapag may demolition. So gumagawa tayo ng demolition plan. So hindi lang siya construction activities. So nandiyan na rin yung isasama natin yung mga environmental impact. So isasama natin siya dun sa process or dun sa plan na gagawin natin. And when it comes to housekeeping, no, magkakaroon tayo ng defined procedures para ma-identify natin sa housekeeping can interlink with the waste management, kung segregation, sa simula pa lang, mga plastic to biodegradable, and then the construction to landfill and those hazardous material na i-dispose naman through approved third-party environmental service provider. So under ng 8 clause is 8.2, which is the emergency preparedness and the response procedure. So interlinked din siya sa health and safety. Kasi sa health and safety, kasama natin din sa mga na-identify natin yung mga different emergency. So related to environmental, oil spill, no? Chemical spill. So dito sa emergency preparedness and response, under this clause, kailangan dito magkaroon ng effective emergency program and response program potential for accidents and emergency, preventing incidents and their associated environmental impacts, plans process for responding to incident, and periodic testing of emergency plan and process and mitigating impact associated with this incident. Kasi wala namang perfect na management. So hindi natin naiiwasan na magkaroon ng mga emergency, no? The possibility of accidents and emergency still exists kahit paanong higpit, kahit paanong ganda ng ating system. Minsan talaga, unfortunate, nangyayari yon. Kaya dapat may naka-ready tayong procedure and program how to deal with this emergency or this incident. So the standard requires the organization the 3 components to be addressed ng isang organization. Ito yung first is to establish, implement, and maintain the process needed to prefer and to respond in any potential environmental emergency situation. Then review and revise the importance of learning from that incident. And it must be periodically test, planned response, and action where practicable. Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng mga drills, emergency drills, no? So ito yung simple process para or step to set up an emergency plan. So number 1 is to identify yung mga possible or potential emergency related to our environmental. Then we have to identify as well the critical assets. Usually the major items of the plant. If lalo pag nagwo-work tayo sa oil and gas or sa isang big manufacturing industry. Then we have to define the disaster team or the emergency response team and describing their responsibilities. Doon yun sa ano pa lang sa identification kasi maraming comply with this identification. Then second one is prevention. So we have to brainstorm within the team from the top management to the HSE team or the emergency environmental team, emergency team. Okay, for the preventive measures para hindi mangyari yung mga na-identify natin na emergency or potential emergency na pwede mangyari sa company. Then kapag na-identify na natin to, nakagawa na tayo ng procedure or program to prevent it, then we have to go for brainstorming for emergency plan. So depending on the complexity and needs, the organization should establish 1 or more emergency plan. Andiyan na nga yung meron sa health and safety. Then sa environment, pagdating doon sa mga spill, chemical, oil spill, no? And then we have to do the training to everyone, part of the organization, from the top management up to the workers. We have to give them the awareness, the training. Ano ba yung mga possible emergency na pwedeng mangyari within the organization? Ano yung mga dapat nilang gawin? And then once in a while, based on our identified procedure, if isi-set ba natin siya every 6 months or every year. So it depends on the context of organization. Depends on the complexity ng inyong company. Meron din minsan na yung drills natin is based on the legal requirements. Based on the hazard and impact assessment na ginawa natin within the company. So ma-identify natin kung every period yung drills na gagawin. Then we have to evaluate and check if there could be a possible improvement dun sa ginawa nating emergency plan. So based on the drill report, we have to take into consideration the gaps between the emergency plan and the drill result. So yung ating nabuong procedure or plan, i-evaluate natin siya at the end. Alin yung kulang? Alin yung hindi available? Baka nag-drill tayo ng chemical spill pero wala pala tayong trained person na cost coordinator dun sa company. Then nakita natin din na yung ating spill kit is insufficient na. May nawala kasi for 6 months walang gumagalaw na misplace na. So during this drill, makikita natin yung mga gaps between and kung ano pa yung pwedeng i-improve kasi nagkakaroon ng changes dun sa environmental condition din ng isang organization. Kaya baka yung ginawa nating plano is hindi na applicable at this time. So mag-chance na natin para i-improve or further enhance yung na-develop nating emergency plan. Then, okay. So yung next natin is the performance evaluation. Nag-lobat na yung aking headset. Sorry, wait lang po. So when it comes to the clause number 9, which is the performance evaluation, okay naman po, naririnig nyo?
Okay naman po, ma'am. Okay naman po.
So, dito naman, ang ating clause 9 comprises of 2 subclauses, which is 9.1 and 9.2. Dito na yung ating mga audit na binabanggit from the start and the monitoring and measurement and analysis and evaluation of our management system. So, nandito yung kanina nabanggit na pag-usapan na natin yung evaluation of compliance kasi part na siya dun sa compliance clause, no? So, here, ang performance evaluation, an EMS without effective monitoring and measurement process is like driving at night without the headlights on. So that you know that you are moving but you can't tell where you are going. Kaya napaka-importante na i-check natin, i-review, inspect, and observe yung bang mga pinalano nating activities, yung mga na-develop pa nating process and procedure ay nagagawa natin as intended, no? Para ma-achieve natin yung objective and targets and the intended outcomes ng ating organization. So monitoring generally means operating process that can be checked whether something is happening or intended or planned. In some aspect, ito yung nagkakaroon tayo ng mga auditing. Then just on the normal like inspection, nandiyan na din yung daily inspection ng mga authorized or yung mga na-deploy nating mga resources na nagmo-monitor or nag-evaluate ng compliance ng ating management system. So this could also involve the visual checking. Para, for example, yung ating requirement para hindi magkaroon ng spill, magkaroon tayo ng mga banding, no? So kailangan ma-check natin to lagi para makita kung magiging effective pa. Baka mamaya corroded na yung ating mga ginagamit na deep trace. So hindi na, it will not serve anymore the purpose kung nandun lang siya, no? Kaya it's very important yung monitoring and evaluation kung effective pa ba yung mga process or yung control na na-define natin. So in monitoring and measurement, it will help our management and the organization para makita yung compliance and yung effectiveness. Then the results of pollution prevention and other efforts are easier to demonstrate when the current and reliable data are available. This data can help us demonstrate the value of EMS to the top management. So our organization should develop and monitor the key characteristics of operations and activities that have significant environmental impact and compliance consequences. So we have to track the performance. Nandiyan na yung nag-set tayo ng KPR or Key Performance Indicator sa company. So makikita natin at the end of the year kapag meron tayong management review. So mapapakita natin ito sa management. Then they can support kung ano yung next program natin based on those monitoring indicator. At kapag itong natatrack natin yung performance, nakikita din natin kung yung isinet natin na objective and targets, di ba nag-mention tayo, reduce by 50%. So increase by 10%. So makikita natin kung na-achieve ba natin siya at baka next year i-improve pa natin kung ano yung mga dapat gawin. Ito, for example, link between significant aspect objective and how we monitor and measure. So for example, ang significant aspect natin is anti-corrosive paint. So ang objective is ma-maintain yung compliance. Ang operational control is coating and cleaning procedure. So yung mga safe working procedure natin, then yung bulk storage and containment. Ang monitoring is compliance audit, regulatory reporting, and the EMS audit. Then kapag solid waste from the unmasking process, ang objective natin is investigate the potential for reduction. Ang operational control, gagawa tayo ng solid waste reduction or environmental management plan. Nandiyan yung magiging guidelines kung paano natin ma-achieve itong objective na to. Then as a monitoring, magkakaroon tayo ng tracking metric. So kailangan i-record natin every time magkakaroon tayo ng waste, yung disposal. Then during the audit then, through a third party or even internal audit, na monitor natin, na measure natin kung nag-comply or na-achieve natin yung objective and targets na naset natin dun sa significant aspect na na-identify ng isang organization. So ito ay isa sa mga key roles actually ng isang environmental engineer or dito sa atin is yung mga HSE manager or yung mga top management na involved or in charge sa monitoring or yung compliance ng management system. It's very important na makita to we have to define it every year or para mas maganda, mas mabilis yung ating corrective or preventive action is every quarter ma-monitor na natin yung base sa in-identify natin na significant aspect and objective. So usually, like from my part sa construction, we do a quarterly review. It involves of health, safety, and environment. So lahat, every aspects, na-check namin. So kung ano na ba yung progress namin, tumataas ba yung aming non-compliance, o madami ba kami na-identify ngayon na good practices, then every 6 months as well. And then using those monitoring indicator, napapakita namin sa management na, sir, you have to approve kasi kailangan na natin mag-implement ng isang program or isang campaign kasi nakikita natin na dumadami na naman yung waste generated natin. So maybe we have to do a campaign about recycling or some awareness training. Then papayagan na tayo ng ating management na mag-set ng schedule, no? Kasi hindi naman pwedeng basta lang tayo mag-provide ng training. Kasi sasabihin natin, kasi kailangan ko mag-provide po ng training about recycling awareness or waste management awareness. So kapag may mga record na ganito, it will be easier for us na ma-ask yung management bakit kailangan gawin yung training, bakit kailangan bumili ng bagong machine, no? Kung bakit kailangan mag-innovate o bakit kailangan high technology equipment para magamit sa ating process o so within the organization. So example of EMS results performance indicator. Ito yung mga basic minimum lang. So yung number of environmental objective and targets, yun yung hazardous waste generated. Ito lang for your idea dito sa UAE, mainly Abu Dhabi. I don't know in Dubai. So every year during the renewal of our license, nagsasubmit kami ng records sa isang department, isang authority dito sa Abu Dhabi. We inform them lahat ng waste generated within the company. Then may certain cost impact ito sa company. Kapag hindi kami nakapag-submit every year ng waste generated, ilang ton of waste dinala sa landfill, ilang ton of waste ang binigay sa hazardous chemical treatment plant, ilang ton of recycled paper, ilang ton of recycled wood waste. So pag hindi kami nakakapag-submit, may certain violation fine kami. And hindi siya nakakapag-renew ang isang company kapag hindi na-submit itong report na to, itong waste generated ng isang company. Then based on that and based the number of employees, nagkakaroon sila ng certain amount how much they will pay the government. So ito yung in-interlink na nila, yung para makontrol nila, para magkaroon talaga ng implementation within one entity, yung renewal ng license. Then every employees may certain amount na parang naka-target na ganito dapat yung waste. So kapag sumobra ka sa ganitong number of ton of waste at ang empleyado mo lang ay halimbawa 10 tas you are not in construction pero nakapag-generate ka ng thousands of tons of waste. So it's something like ano to, bakit ganon? So kaya nagkakaroon ang impose na mga fine and certain amount during renewal is based also on the generation of waste. Kaya it's one critical part para sa isang mga organization dito na magkaroon ng waste management, which is yung waste management as well is one of the process na nagiging part ng policy or objective ng isang company. Kasi nga, nalilink na siya sa mga legal requirements sa isang industry or sa isang country. So yung ibang performance indicator, nandito yung resources, number of products which we have recycling program, number of instances of non-compliance. Yan, ito lang po yung mga minimum na na-identify natin na pwede nating maging indicator para makita natin kung nagko-comply or yung effective ba yung management system natin. Then next is the internal audit, which is 9.2 and 9.21. So the audit, it could be internal or external audit. So it has to be planned. Sa company namin, every 6 months, there will be an internal audit. And then of course, the third-party audit is every year. So naka-schedule din siya. And i-communicate ito within the organization sa lahat, from the lower level up to the top management. Kasi it's very important na aware sila para kasi alam nila yung through the year, kailangan gawin nila yung mga dapat nilang gawin na nagko-comply based sa standard na isinet ng isang organization. Internal audit has always been a key element in 14,001 in helping to assess the effectiveness of the environmental management system. Yung audit program should be established to ensure that all processes are audited at the required frequency. Kaya nahati kami na every 6 months kasi hindi siya kaya ng isang beses lang para ma-audit, ma-check yung buong organization kasi napaka-complex at napakadaming projects, let's say. So kaya pina-partial audit siya. So sa first 6 months, yung ganitong unit, yung ganitong department yung i-audit. So for after 6 months, yung mismong construction team, yung civil team na ang i-audit. Then sa first 6 months is yung support group. So ganun, kaya kailangan naka-define yon. Kasi pag naging audit naman tayo ng third party, kung wala ka kahit isang internal audit pero naka-mention naman sa plan mo is you have to do it in every 6 months. So it will be an NCR for the company. So to ensure that the internal audits are consistent and thorough, a clear objective and scope of the audit should be identified or defined. This will also assist the auditor in selection to ensure neutrality or being objective with the audit and impartiality or the fairness ng ating objective target. To get the best results, auditors should have a working knowledge of what is to be audited, but management must act on the audit results. So for example, yung internal audit natin within the company, so construction team, tapos may mga auditor ka sa head office, pero yung knowledge nila sa construction or civil is less. Okay, so huwag natin silang yung i-appoint or assign dun sa very complex construction site na mag-audit. Kasi they will check only yung mga certain general requirements. So pagdating sa operational, so marami silang ma-overlook na elements. Kaya pag tinang third-party audit, hindi siya na-identify na kailangan ng i-take action ng management. Kaya it's very important na yung mga auditor are competent. No? Isa yun sa mga requirement natin na they are based on their skill, their knowledge, and competency. You will assign them for a certain actions. So the EMS audit is a systematic and documented verification process of objectively obtaining and evaluating evidence to determine whether the organization and the EMS is ay nagko-comply with the our na-set nating objective and targets and scope ng management system. So during the internal audit, that is our chance to ensure not only these targets are met, but to meet those, to check as well if those current legislations and internal needs are still applicable within our organization. Okay, so itong clause na ito, it has the organization shall define the audit criteria, then select the auditors and ensure that the results are reported to relevant management. Bawa, nag-audit tayo, tapos yung internal audit lang. Ako, na-appoint ako i-audit yung ibang project ng isang organization, ibang department. Then after ko mag-audit, ibinigay ko lang siya dun sa section head ng department nila. Hindi ko siya isinend dun sa top management. Then, hindi nila matitake ng action. So yung department head na yun, pwede niyang itago na may mga NC or may mga non-compliance na sila sa department nila. So dapat i-report ito sa top management din, no? And then the organizations shall retain those documented information as an evidence of implementation of the audit program and the audit results. Then yung 9.3 is the management review. Itong management review sa 14,001 requires the organization's top management to plan the intervals and determine kailan natin gagawin yung management review. This is to ensure its continuing suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness. Dito din sa management review, makikita natin yung mga key for continual improvement and ensuring that EMS will continue to meet the organization's need over the time. Kasi dito na natin makikita kung may mga gaps or may mga non-conformance, mga internal, external issues, and based dun sa ating mga KPI na na-identify. So kapag nag-evaluate tayo, dito sa management review, ma-discuss na natin lahat ito. So makakapag-set na ulit tayo ng bagong objective and targets. Then makakapag-set na rin tayo ng ating mga panibagong imo-monitor for the next year. And dito din makikita natin yung mga opportunities na pwede pa natin i-improve within the organization. So during the management review, yung mga questions na pwede natin i-ponder or during this discussion is na-achieve ba natin yung mga objective and targets? So kapag na-achieve, ano yung next step natin? I-improve ba natin? Kung hindi siya na-achieve, ano yung dapat natin gawin? So yung environmental policy, so nadagdagan na tayo, nagkaroon na expansion na iba pang satellite or additional project or additional area. So kailangan na ba i-update ito kasi nadagdagan na tayo ng scope, nadagdagan na ng products and services. So kailangan i-review natin to. Tapos yung mga roles and responsibilities, baka kailangan na rin natin magdagdag ng additional resources or may mga dapat alisin kasi okay na siya. Then during this time, yun yung mga dapat nating gawin. Then ito na ba yung better way or may mga dapat pa or baka may mga bagong technology na due to new technology, yung mga bagong equipment na pwede nating i-introduce sa company para ma-less yung impacts within the company at saka yun sa environmental impact natin. So the typical agenda sa management review, ito po yung mga minimum. Yung results ng internal audit, yung mga corrective actions, yung mga operational controls na na-identify natin, na-define. So all these things has to be discussed during the management review. Yan, ito yung ating mga review inputs. Yung performance ng ating environmental, the extent which the objective and targets, and the follow-up actions. So based on the previous management review and change circumstances, no, including baka may mga bagong legal requirements na na-implement, na-introduce within the Philippines or within your community area. So kailangan ng maggawa na uli ng bagong defined procedures and objective and targets para dito. So number 10, which is the improvement. So yung last clause natin sa 14,001/2015. So this clause requires organizations to determine and identify opportunities for improvement of the EMS. The requirement for continual improvement has been extended to ensure the suitability and adequacy and effectiveness of the EMS. And dito na rin, katulad kanina nabanggit natin sa management review, doon na natin i-identify lahat. No? So based on those NC and corrective actions, let's say from the audit or from the external parties, kapag nakaka-receive tayo ng complaint from community, kapag nagkakaroon ng mga sudden inspection from authorities, so nag-issue sila ng NCR, then dito na yun madi-discuss, pumapasok dito. No? Kaya interlinked din siya lagi dun sa management review at saka itong improvement clause. So some factor influencing the improvements includes top management commitment to environmental management. So mag-set up niya ng vision and the policy ng management, yung total involvement of employees. Baka kasi laging HSE team na lang yung kumikilos, so yung ibang empleyado, wala na silang interaction, wala silang involvement. Then yung training. So kailangan i-check, i-assess natin yung training needs and skills ng mga empleyado natin. Nakaka-fulfill ba to sa requirement ng ating environmental management responsibilities? And then like what I said earlier, yung mga bagong technology, yung mga green products and process design na baka pwede nang i-implement sa ating company na hindi naman siya nagkakaroon ng high cost impact. So ito na yung magkakaroon na tayo ng idea na baka using all this innovated technology na pwede nang maka-improve sa process ng isang company. And then yung supplier management, kasi nagkakaroon na tayo ng mga iba't ibang suppliers na ganun din, meron din silang management system implementation. So yung ipinoprovide nila na material is may certain din yung mga tinatawag na mga green products. So pwede na natin din silang mga magamit at ma-choose as suppliers sa ating company. Then, yung measurement and the information management. Ito yung mga bagay na kailangan pwede natin i-improve within the management system. No EMS is perfect. You will probably find problems with your system, especially in the beginning through the audits, measurement, and other activities. Our EMS also need change as like an organization. May umaalis, may dumadating. So ganun din sa EMS natin. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng change from 2009 to 2015 na nandiyan na yung pumasok na yung context of organization, yung life perspective thinking, and yung pag-identify ng mga opportunities from the risk. So itong changes na ito, makakatulong for continual improvement at pag-grow ng isang business organization. When there is system deficiencies are encountered, our organization will just process and then we'll just do all the necessary corrective actions. So yung ating magkakaroon na tayo ng investigation, so ma-identify na natin through root cause analysis, alin yung kailangang i-improve, aling part, aling equipment, ganon. So dito na tayo nagkakaroon ng continual improvement within the management system or within the process of the organization. Yan. Ito na yung nabanggit ko kanina, yung NC and corrective action. One of the key purpose is to act as preventive tool. Then yung mga NC natin from external party, from the community, and from the audit and during our monitoring sa ating evaluation ng ating management system. Ito yung mga nabanggit ko kanina na mga factors na makaka-influence para magkaroon ng improvement sa isang management. So there are two processes identified to plan a continual improvement. Ito nga yung use of environmental objective for continual improvement. Dito, yung environmental objectives are intended to plan improvements to your management system processes. So the main contributor is for continual improvement. For example, an office area creates an objective to reduce their usage of a target of usage of paper, which is a 35% reduction within 6 months. Ito yung ating naset na objective when it comes to the consumption of paper. So a program with the following activities is started to achieve this goal, like yung kanina nabanggit nga natin, lahat electronic copy na, double-sided printing, then yung pag-i-install ng mga software para mas maging madali yung paglalagay natin ng mga comment and reviews sa isang document. Then itong mga ways na to ay yung nagiging way para magkaroon tayo ng continual improvement, yung through applying those resources para ma-accomplish natin yung ating objective na makapag-set tayo ng 35% reduction within 6 months period of time. So yung isa namang process na identified to plan for continual improvement is the use of risk-based thinking for continual improvement. So for example, a wastewater treatment process is tested for chemical composition and treated before release to the municipal sewage system. A risk that errors could potentially happen when the treatment and lead to contamination and fine from the authorities. So dito, upon investigation, napag-alaman na still manual pa rin pala yung process ng pagtitreat ng ating wastewater treatment. So nagmo-monitor sila manually, halimbawa yung pH, yung temperature, then manual din yung pag-i-input ng mga chemicals para sa treatment. So nagkakaroon talaga dito ng fault kasi manual siya. So pwedeng maging target ng isang kumpanya is to find like innovative solution, like maging ano na siya, automatic. Marami na diyang new technology. Kapag na-detect nila ang pH ay tumataas na, so may automatic injection na ng chemical para maging balance yung pH. So based on the risk, no, nagkakaroon tayo ng continual improvement within the process ng isang organization. So this is still an improvement and can occur in any management or in any organization. So continual improvement is the biggest benefit that we can get from implementing of environmental management system. So by making improvements, we are not only reducing the environmental footprints of our organization, which is good for our company and the world, but we can also see the financial return on the investment of the company and of course the compliance obligation of a certain organization or establishment, lalo-lalo na when it comes to the legal or authorities. Ito yung mga certain reference. Dito yung ating EMS management system. I think we have covered all the clauses.
Yes po. Naku, maraming salamat, ma'am. At na-cover naman po lahat actually. So ngayon po, as a Q&A na ho tayo. So if you have any questions that you want to raise, you can please open your mic. Actually, ma'am, may tanong po kanina while you were discussing documented information by Bounty Farms. Doon daw po sa documented information, it has been the requirement of ISO to maintain document control and integrity. Documents need to be presented through printed hard copies. However, sa establishment namin, we had been practicing paperless transaction and digitization. So, yung pag-compile nila ng mga documents nila is with the use of technology na lang or computer. What's the ISO's take on control and integrity of documented information for soft or electronic documents?
Yun. Saan ba yan? Yun pong katulad niya ng nabanggit natin kanina, kasama siya dun sa scope and ng ating isang organization. So dun sa mga planning, controls, and procedures, kapag na-define natin, okay, na-mention natin sa ating procedures na yung ating mga electronic copies are relevant or yung maano natin yung integrity. So matatanggapin siya, magkukumply siya sa requirement. Kasi basta na-define siya within our management system. Kasi kapag, for example, like us in a construction as well, ngayon, more of electronics na talaga yung most of the documents. Pero marami pa ring documents talaga kailangan ng hard copy. For example, yung training sa labas ng ating mga workers, yung mga training evidence hindi naman kaya ng isang kumpanya magkaroon tayo ng tablet and then electronic signature nila ng attendance sheet natin. So, nandun yung depende sa context or scope ng isang organization. Meron kasing mga company na may software na ng system na ginagamit sa HSE. Even their inspections through their mobile phone, naka-picture sila, diretso na yun dun sa system nila, itatype na niya yung report, and then they will sign yung inspector dun sa kanilang tablet or phone. Then it will goes to the system. So kapag pinrint mo pa rin siya, nandun pa rin yung credibility at integridad ng isang dokumento. So kaya it has to be well-defined. No? We have to establish and define kung ano bang procedures, kung ano ba yung i-implement natin sa within the organization. Kaya kung halimbawa in the next project magkaroon ng mga changes kasi yung client ng some construction project, they have their system like the Oracle, meron silang mga madami mga system. So lahat uploaded na doon. So kapag doon dumaan, meron naman kasi siyang hierarchy doon ng approval, dadaan siya sa kung sino nag-upload, sa document control, then sa project manager. So nababasa nila yon. Then nagkakaroon na sila doon ng approval and then pupunta siya sa client and then dun sa mga consultant. So kaya nandun pa rin yung integrity noon. Makukumply pa rin niya kahit na anong management system. And documented information as well is relevant to our quality management system. So nai-integrate yung procedure natin sa quality. It comes to the health and safety environment pagdating sa procedure, documented information ay yung mga records na ikinikip natin.
Hi ma'am, siguro ma'am, in addition, basta siguro it is available and accessible for use, no? Yung mga document na pinapractice na lang yan, gaya dito sa atin sa Dubai, talagang paperless na rin talaga, no? Pag ni-require ng auditor, yung specific documents na kailangan niya, available na siya even as soft copy sa folder, pwede naman natin siya ipakita. Nandun naman sa clause ng 7.5.3 yata yung pinakita mo kanina, ma'am. Apo, nakalagay rito, it is available and suitable for use where and when it is needed. Parang yun yung nakasulat kanina.
Yes po. May question ata ang Ms. Jura pa dito sa ating chat. Ano ba yun? Yung clause 8 po ba ang pinaka-importante sa third-party auditor? At di ba mas mabigat ang NC pag di sumunod sa legal requirements sa environmental? So yung sa clause 8 po natin, yung operation, kung ito ba yung pinaka-importante sa third-party auditor, hindi po. Ang third-party auditor po is chine-check nila yung kabuuan as a whole ng management system from starting from the scope, objective and target hanggang sa huli, which is included na po dito yung mga NC na nare-receive natin from authorities na sinasabi niyo dito, yung galing sa mga legal requirements. Lahat naman po is mabigat yan. So may certain implications sa within the business organization. Yung legal requirements lang kasi, katulad na nabanggit kanina, pag-diskusyonan at na-mention ni Sir Roy, yung mga legal requirements kasi minsan napupunta pa ito sa mga civil court or sa certain authority para nagkakaroon pa ng mga certain civil case or criminal case. Ganyan, kapag dating sa mga legal requirements. So yun namang NC na nanggagaling sa auditor, it is about our management system. No? Na nakapaloob sa management system na to, yung legal requirements. So as a whole talaga siya. So hope mas malinaw po yun, Sir Panfilo.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay po. May isa pa pong question from Charmaine. Ano po ba ang pagkakaiba ng significant aspect or impact sa risk assessment?
So, yung risk assessment po, more of actually late next week, I think mas madidiscuss siya ni Sir Albino comes to the health and safety risk assessment. Yung aspect impact kasi pagdating siya dun sa environmental, no? Yung mga terminology kasi nating ginagamit. So when it comes to the environmental is a significant aspect. Yun yung ating ginagamit na terminology sa ating EMS. Katawa si Sir Albino.
Tama naman po, ma'am. Actually, yung sa tanong ni ma'am, ang pagkaiba lang nila sa environment, ang term na ginamit is aspect and impacts, no? Sa ano naman, sa safety, yung hazards and risks. But we can still perform risk assessment kahit sa EMS.
Yes.
Kasi may tinatawag tayong environmental risk.
Yes po.
Okay po. Meron pa hong question from Sir Roy naman. Sige po.
Hindi.
Kasagutin din niya yan.
Hindi ba?
Ma'am, thank you very much po sa comprehensive. Isa lang yung, actually this is just a curious question from my side. Kasi yung last slide ninyo, pinakita ninyo yung factors influencing the continual improvement. Sabi niyo doon, it is either considering the objective or either you use the risk-based thinking. Ngayon, as a seasoned environmental, health and safety, and even quality management system expert, sa tingin ninyo, considering that all these management systems revolve around the compliance of mandatory legal requirements and other requirements, ay compliance obligation man yan, kung ano man terminology ginagamit. Ang tanong ko lang, kadalasan kasi sa mga nakikita ko sa mga organisasyon, kapag hindi nila ma-comply yung legal requirement, ginagamit nila itong objective. Now, the point here is this. If the minimum requirement of any standard should be in compliance with the legal requirement, what benefit we can get as a continual improvement to the organization if we will use that requirement or that legal requirement as our continual improvement as our objective. Kasi kaya naka-separate ang legal requirement. So umpisa pa lang sa planning stage pa lang sinasabi na to. Kasi nga sinasabi na bago ka mag-aim to be ambitious, to have continual improvement in your management system, you need to first satisfy your legal requirement. Now, nakikita ko sa ibang organisasyon, kapag hindi nila ma-comply, yun ang ginagamit nilang objective. But at the end of the day, what is the essence or what is the benefit that the organization will take? Kahit na masatisfy mo yan, kung ikaw ay auditor, sasabihin ko lang sa'yo. Ay kung ako ang auditor, sabihin ko lang sa'yo, may choice ka ba? Kung yan ang ilalagay mo sa objective, di ba? Yun naman talaga ang kailangan mo. So what benefit you will get if you will use legal requirement as a basis of developing an objective in compliance to that particular objective of having a continual improvement. Gusto ko lang po maintindihan from a seasoned expert like you po.
Actually, sir, part siya ng, wait lang, itong sa management system nating new requirement, kasama na siya yung legal requirement. Siguro, yung napansin nyo before is, yun dun siya sa 9001 na standard. Kasi nga, nagagamit nila yung objective and targets, di ba? Na reason out kung bakit hindi nila na-achieve yung minimum legal requirements. So dito sa new standard, wait lang, pakita ko sa inyo yung kailangan dito sa pag-develop ng ating management system, kaya nga binigyan nila ng certain years para magkaroon tayo ng preparation or ma-align sa bagong requirement, hindi na nila ngayon pwedeng gamitin yung na-set na objective and targets mo. Kasi dito sa new requirement, nandito naka-address na yung environmental aspects, yung ating compliance obligations, at saka yung other issues which involve as well internal and external issues. Sila na yung magiging reference at requirement mo para makabuo ka ng isang objective and targets, not the other way around. Yung sa 9001 kasi, more of ano na lang sila, legal reference na lang. Hindi siya compliance obligations. Na talagang in-emphasize dito na based on these three aspects, yung ating na-identify na environmental aspect, yung based on sa risk na na-identify sa ating management system, na-identify natin lahat ng legal requirements. So kung ano yung minimum requirement doon, then doon tayo makakaset ng bagong objective and targets for the company. Kaya hindi na nila ngayon, if mapapacertify sila with this new standard, magagamit na kasi i-mention namin sa objective and targets, ganito lang eh. So wala na ngayon ganun. Kapag naset mo na ang list of legal requirements mo, magkukomply ako sa RA's blah blah blah. So ang requirement, ang RA 675, sabi sa clause 1, you have to ensure that let's say waste management is properly segregated or ganito, meron kang dapat waste management plan or facility. So dapat i-comply mo yun kasi in-identify mo na siya sa compliance obligations mo. Kung hindi mo naman kayang i-achieve yun within 1 year, kaya doon na papasok yung objective and targets na within this year, ito lang yung kaya naming i-implement. Then yung sa compliance evaluation kasi, doon dapat makikita dito sa risk register, siguro mag-share ako next time or sa inyo, ng isang sample ng compliance evaluation, nandun talaga, clause by clause, kung ano mo yung na-identify na legal requirements, then kung ano yung relevant nito sa iyo, sa iyong organization, and then paano mo siya ma-achieve. Then anong expected documents or process or procedure na dapat makita sa isang kumpanya. Yun po. So hindi na nila ngayon magagamit as excuse yung nakaset sa objective and target, sir. Hope maging malinaw. Malinaw yung sagot ko.
Okay po ma'am, tama po. Kaya ako kasi na-highlight ito, especially do sa mga bagong aspirants, no. Dapat alam nila na hindi lang basta-basta mag-develop ng objective. Kadalasan kasi ang nangyayari, kung ano yung kakulangan ng management system, yun ang ginagamit agad nila as their objective without knowing that wala naman silang mapapala
Yes.
Yung added value na sinatawag to the management system, kung yun naman ang gagamitin nilang magiging objective. Kasi at the end of the day, kahit ma-achieve mo yun, yun nga minimum requirement, nasaan ang improvement mo doon? So, tama po yung nasabi ninyo na there are cases wherein if in case there is a restriction in the resources of the company, the legal requirement may not be able to achieve at that moment. Kaya meron kang timeline. So, thank you very much po sa clarification.
Tsaka Doc, in addition siguro, yung sa PDCA cycle, andun yung sa PD. Nasa C, no? Sa check, yung performance evaluation. Doon naka-specify yung intended outcome mo. At isa ron yung compliance sa legal requirement. In addition, dapat yung adverse impact nung mga activity, isa rin yung sa intended outcome, no? So ibig sabihin, sa pag-define mo ng objective mo, dapat mag-base ka sa intended outcome ng PDCA ng EMS. Ewan ko kung nagigets mo yung point ko rin, sir.
Tama po. But because at the end of the day, sir, tingnan ninyo, nakahiwala yung output sa framework niya. Na yung framework niya is obviously at the end of your continual improvement. So hindi po pwede na babalik ka dun sa basic requirement mo. Kasi at the end of the day, madidefeat yung purpose ng iterative process of the PDCA process. Nasaan ang improvement mo? Kung pabalik-balik, dun ka lang lagi dun sa basic requirement nakatutok.
Thank you, Sir Roy.
Siguro isang magandang rin yan, sir, kung nag-gain ng experience, no? Yung mga humahawak niyan o nag-implement, particular, for example, kung may HSE tayo. Kasi dito sa abroad, para sa kaalaman po ng mga nasa Pilipinas, hindi ko kami HSE po kami, gaya ni Ma'am Jolibet, QHSE pa nga yan, Quality Health Safety and Environmental Manager yan. So, lahat yan na-i-implement ho nila, napapractice, no? So, yung magiging mo experience, based sa lagi talaga, kung sundin mo tong yung PDCA cycle na to, ano man yung mga magiging outcome, no, nung implementation ng ASPER plan and na-develop nyo and in-implement nyo na program, yun talagang subject for improvement. Kaya lang, kailangan alam mong makita kung saan kayo nagkulang talaga. Okay po.
Sir, may dadagdag lang sa little bit of clarification dun sa na-share ni Ma'am Jolibet kanina. Kasi may nagtanong kanina na yung na-present niya na impact ay mostly negative or if not all. Napaka-importante natin malaman na ang napaka-unique dito sa standard na to kasi both ang aspect or the aspect to the environment covers both the adverse and the beneficial. So hindi lang lagi siyang negative, no? May positive impact din sa environment. Okay, kaya doon pumasok yung opportunities, no? Pero dapat hindi natin magkaroon ng certain deviation dun sa definition ng risk kasi parang ang laging connotation of risk is negative. Remember, even all the standards kapag tinignan mo ngayon, risk-based approach siya. Pag sinabing risk, it's always certain level of uncertainty. Even on the environmental management side, there is always positive risk. There is always negative risk. And like what I said in the last quality management system awareness, hindi lahat ng positive risk ay nagiging opportunity. Kasi nga, it depends on the restriction or the resource limitation of the organization and the context of the organization. Kahit ba sabi mo na tulad yan, nabanggit ni Sir Albino kanina kasi na-raise yung issue about Russia and Ukraine. Nowadays, nakita nila na napaka-heavily, heavily dependent ang European countries sa gas production ng Russia. So nakita nila na may oportunidad na ngayon na itulak ng renewable energy system na noon pa man din, even before, nung dinevelop ang United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, yan ay itulak, no? So the thing is, dahil dito sa war na to, nagkaroon ng oportunidad. Yun yung opportunity on the part of the environment to focus on the renewable energy, the fossil fuel. So yun yung gusto ko lang i-clarify kasi yung slide na naipakita ni Ma'am Jolibet, with all due respect, Ma'am Jolibet, alam ko na hindi siguro ninyo ganong napansin yun. Risk is not always negative. There are positive risks. And the definition of risk is always uncertainty to your target. Pag hindi mo na-reach yung target, bumagsak ka dun sa target, negative yun. Pag na-enhance dun sa target mo, it's always positive. So therefore, why it's very important that even though risk is not mentioned, environmental risk is not mentioned in the, not mentioned specifically sa standard na to, risk and opportunities lang, unlike sa 45,000 na specific may health and safety risk, at the same time meron tinatawag na other risk. Napaka-importanting aspeto kasi dito, sabi nga ni Ma'am Jolibet, ginamit itong mga standards na ito in the development of Sustainable Development Goal on the perspective na yung life cycle perspective is already to address yung risk and opportunities. No? Doon pa lang, doon na agad ginamit yung sustainability aspect na itong standard na to. So, going back to what I said, meron po tayong positive risk kahit sa environmental management, meron din po tayong negative risk. And the sources of opportunities in the environmental management side will always be the positive risks that have been identified in our risk and opportunities. However, not all positive risks can be an opportunity to the organization depending on the context of the organization and the resources available to the organization. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Roy.
Tama naman, Sir Roy. Thank you, Sir Roy, no? Actually, medyo na confusing kanina yun. Yung tanong, nung nagtanong kanina yun si yung isang kasama natin dyan sa Pilipinas.
Actually, yun po yung tinatanong niya kasi kanina, kung lahat ba tong impact na to is negative.
Yung specific sample mo. Oo. Pero kasi kung sa company mo naman, ma'am, kung sa company mo nag-implement ka talaga ng halimbawa, meron kang recycling effort, 'di ba? Gaya kami, dati nung sa old companies ko, nagba-blasting kami. So mayroon kami mga blasting media na instead na itapon namin, i-dispose namin sa Dubai Municipality landfill, no? Sanitary landfill, i-dispose namin doon. Ngayon, ang ginawa ko, nakipag-connect ako sa kinontak ko yung recycling company na nagre-recycle ng mga blasting media na yon. So instead na magbayad kami ng transport at makadagdag pa sa landfill ng waste, kinukuha nila yon. So yun yung mga positive at saka opportunity na sinasabi ni Sir Roy.
Ayun po, linawin ko yun kasi siguro hindi lang naging masyadong maliwanag kanina. Yun po yung kaninang ine-explain natin about risk and opportunities. Diba yun yung nasabi natin na yung negative risk, magiging positive na siya kasi may certain pa tayong pwedeng gawin. Kaya nga yung naging example ko sa inyo kanina is relevant dun sa kung paano ba natin yung point of view natin sa isang glass of water na may kalahating lamang tubig, di ba? So in just one lift, one side ng isang negative thing sa ating environmental is nagiging positive siya. So kapag sa unang assessment mo, yung lahat ng environmental impact is negative pa rin talaga siya. No? Then, doon na papasok, kaya dito sa bagong management system na 2015, kailangan para hindi siya pangit tingnan, para hindi siya laging negative, magiging positive na siya. Kaya dito is different siya pagdating sa health and safety, di ba? Nandun yung risk assessment natin. So dito naman is yung aspect impact, lagyan natin ng opportunities para maging positive pa yung kalabasan nitong mga impact na na-identify natin. Actually, minsan pa nga sa assessment na to, di ba, kanina nagbigay tayo ng isang example na na-identify natin siya as high yung kanyang impact. Pero at later stage, kapag nalagyan na natin siya ng opportunities, nagiging low na siya and yung benefit naman niya ang nagiging high within the organization. Yun po yun.
Correct
may
po,
mga
correct po.
katanungan po ba tayo?
Kaya po kanina yung ako yung nagtanong. Depende yata sa activity, ma'am.
Opo.
Depende kasi gumagamit waste. So, ang impact noon, good siya.
Correct. Actually, maganda yung tanong ni ma'am yung sa DOH. Actually, hindi tanong yung shinare niya, no? Yung mga mass, yung mga ano. Kasi sa dami ng mga consider sa hazardous waste na yan eh. Yung mga medical waste, di ba? So, contributory yan sa mga ano, sa yung impact ba niyan, talagang malilesen yung paggamit natin ng mga ano, ng mga landfill natin, di ba? So, kung RA 9002 yung pagbabasihan, binagbabawal yung pagsusunog ng basura, di ba? Samantalang sa mga ano, sa mga developed countries, marami naman na nag-incinerate, no? So, isa 'yun sa mga dapat i-revisit na talaga ng Congress natin kung pwede pag ano kahit yung selective incineration para naman mabawasan talaga yung waste natin na napupunta sa landfill. Kasi marami namang technology, environmental technology to prevent yung ano o lessen yung emission o to reduce yung emission sa environment para mag-conform tayo o mag-comply tayo sa air pollution. Sa air Clean Air Act. Oo. Dapat ganun. Yung open burning po kasi, honestly, nakaraan na-discuss ko yan yung sa mga medical waste. Hindi naman ho nila biniburn yan eh. Kahit yung mga Sige po, Ma'am Jolibet, pasok pa.
Ay, wala po. Ay, baka meron pa silang tanong.
May tanong po kanina si Sir Joseph Esplana. Is it possible to make monitoring a major undertaking before performance evaluation and improvement, not only a section of the last 2 stages?
Monitoring, major undertaking. Hindi po. Kasi kapag sinabi mong undertaking, ibig sabihin, hindi mo siya gagawin, di ba? So, it's very important kasi itong mga parts or clauses ng environmental management system, katulad ng nabanggit ko from the start, it's considered as a whole in a very holistic manner. Hindi siya pwedeng mawala yung isang clause. So hindi na siya kumpleto yung management system kaya hindi siya pwedeng i-just an undertaking. Tama ba? Yun ba ang kanyang tanong? To make me more...
Ma'am, if I may, not undertaking, activity, if I may.
Ay, sorry. Yes po. Yun
After the operation, natural, you have to monitor so that you can do evaluation. If you do not do monitoring, you cannot do evaluation.
Yes po, sir. Yun ang ibig sabihin niyo pala major activities before performance.
Activity, opo. That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Ay yung katulad po din ng nabanggit natin kanina, meron tayong mga tinatawag na partial audit, di ba? Meron din tayong mga inspection. So, dito sa mga ganito, monitor na natin siya daily, yung mga certain process or yung certain part lang ng isang process ng isang management. Kaya dun sa ating defined process, kailangang ma-mention siya. Kung ang gusto ba natin is partially, na yung isang certain major activities lang muna yung ating i-monitor during the first quarter, then the second quarter, then at the end of the year, yun na yung management review, doon na natin siya pagsasama-samahin lahat na monitor natin at na-evaluate during those 1 year. Kaya dapat ma-define natin to lahat doon sa ating process, sa ating procedures within the management system.
Okay, noted, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you po, Sir Joseph. Meron pa po bang ibang mga tanong? You can open your microphone po and please say it po and also mention your name. Meron pa po ba?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello po. Yes
Hello
po,
po.
sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, hindi ko lang po sure if nabasa kanina yung tanong ko sa chat. Yung tungkol po sa document control ng mga electronic copies, electronic documents?
Actually, nasagot po siya kanina ni Mama Jolibet, no? But, Ma'am,
Yun po ba yung tanong na yung pagdating sa integrity ng mga documents natin?
Yes po, ma'am. Sorry, hindi nawala po kasi ako.
Okay po, yun po, as long as nandyan siya sa ating procedures na naka-mention, mapipreserve pa rin natin yung integrity and yung validity ng ating mga documents. So like what I have said, meron pa rin kasing mga certain documents talaga na kailangan nating i-hard copy. Hindi lahat pwedeng by soft copy or electronic. It always depends on the organization pa rin, context of the organization, yung scope ng ating organization. It has always been part of this para ma-define natin na pwede ba na lahat electronic or kailangan lahat hard copy, kasi mamaya yung ating company hindi pa siya capable, no? Wala pa tayong main of resource or equipment na go for electronic. Then kapag may capability naman na yung ating company, then we have to define it in our management system. Nandiyan na nga yung madi-define din yan sa quality management system, health and safety, and other business or management system within the organization.
Noted, ma'am. Thank you po. Thank you for that.
okay po, ma'am. Actually, may isa pa po tayong last question. Nag-message na lang po to privately. Ano raw po ba yung mga challenges with regards sa pag-integrate ng EMS at saka ng QMS?
Actually, siguro mas masasagot natin yan when it comes to our weeks of integrated management system, no? Kaya yung aming training sa FILSA is we started from quality, environmental, health and safety, and then the last part is the integrated. Kasi lahat are interlinked. Katulad kanina nang nabanggit ko from the start, it's very important kung paano natin ililink o i-interconnect yung lahat ng management system natin. So there are a lot of actually, wala naman siyang ganun ka-impact or challenge. But yung sa quality kasi, nandyan yung number one is yung document control. Tama, Sir Roy. Then, pagdating naman sa mga implementation, kasi yung mga scope natin and tsaka objective and targets, kasi minsan, kasama din yung quality scope and quality scope natin ng management system like the customer focus, di ba? So kaya nga sinasabi natin yung life cycle perspective or thinking is napaka-importante kasi during those process, matatouch natin yung mga quality management system requirements natin. And hindi lang quality. Nandyan yung sa business management, financial management, health and safety management, and a lot of things na bumubuo sa isang organization. May nag-raise pa po ng hand.
Opo. Sige po, last question po from Sir Michael.
Ma'am, tanong ko lang ma'am regarding dun sa sa documentation ano. Ma'am, ano ba to? Ano ba yung may may mga templates na ready-made to fill up pa na lang o parang tailored pitch siya?
Yun po, kung tayo ay nag-i-start pa lang mag-define ng isang management system, kailangan gumawa tayo kung ano lang yung applicable para sa ating business o sa ating organization. So hindi po siya pwedeng tailored na lang na basta natin i-research sa internet kasi ang nandyan is minsan napakalawak. So hindi siya applicable na sa ating business o sa ating entity. Kaya we have to be very specific. Then pwede lang natin gamitin reference, yung mga ready-made na dyan, na checklist, since yung ISO standard actually is a matured framework or system na. So it has just being improved regularly, review regularly. Then marami ng existing checklist, marami na existing procedures na pwede na lang natin siyang gamitin o i-review, then makita natin kung applicable siya para sa ating entity.
Okay po, Sir Michael, mukhang nasagot po ba ang question niyo, sir? Okay. Okay po.
Salamat po.
Salamat din. From RMG, part po ba ng maturity ng EMS framework yung open access na metrics or indices?
Pwede po bang pa-elaborate yung inyong tanong?
Sir, can you please open your mic po?
You mean po yung open access metric?
Hello po, sir. Can indices be open na sa lahat? Siguro po, sir, no, better po pa-open na lang po yung mic niyo, sir, para mas ma-elaborate or ma-expound yung question. No?
Nahiya na si sir.
Sir, nako nga
So
po.
baka po kasi yung sinasabi nyo is yung sa ating mga KPI or yung mga indicators natin, no? So ito din po, yun. Yung pong mga KPI po kasi, it's hindi po siya pwede yung open, what may open access yung pwede lang natin makuha, or katulad kayo sabi ni Sir Roy na hindi pwede yung objective and targets natin is basta yun na lang. So yung pagiging matured ng ating mga management system framework, kasi nandiyan na nga po yung continuous improvement natin, di ba? So nakaano natin yung sa ating mga yearly KPIs na i-elaborate, and nagkakaroon tayo ng iba-iba lagi every year based on sa nangyayari or based on nangyayari within the organization. So kaya yung ating mga KPI hindi siya laging same within the year or same within the 6 months. So katulad kayo na-define natin na pwede ba tayong magkaroon ng review every 3 months or every 6 months, then nare-review din to yung ating mga KPI. So na-change din siya. So hindi siya laging parehas, no, within the period of time sa isang organization. Go ahead, Sir Roy.
Okay. Doon sa nagtanong about the KPI, mute po. Okay. Doon po sa nagtanong about the metrics, KPI, dapat po maintindihan natin na ang performance indicators like any monitoring system are covered by both lagging or leading indicators. Pag sinabing leading indicator, ito yung mga indikasyon na nagpo-progreso yung ating objective papunta dun sa gusto nating marating. Pero pag sinabi mong laging indicator, ito yung mga indikasyon na kung saan ito na yung nagaganap habang ginagawa natin yung programa o kung ano man yung mga ginagawa natin para ma-achieve natin yung gusto nating marating. Why it's very important that we need to define both the leading and lagging indicators when we consider the KPIs, because for us to know where we are, we need to know, and based on the metrics, we need to know where we are standing. So that is defined by the lagging indicators, because like what I said, it's a metric, it is measurable, it is quantifiable. So you'll know, especially during your development of your objective, you define like specific requirement like 50% reduction or 10% increase, like what Ma'am Jolibet said. Para mo masabi na papunta ka na doon sa target mong yun, it should be measurable. So that amount that you are getting along the way while you are trying to achieve your objective is your lagging indicator. But to complement that lagging indicator, in order for us to be proactive, we will not just be waiting for another month for us to know, okay, ano na ba na-achieve ko? Tumaas ba ako? Bumaba ba ako? Hindi ganon. To complement for us to achieve the lagging indication, to achieve our objective and get that lagging indicator favorable to our objective, we should have a leading indicator. Ano yung leading indicator? Itong leading indicator na to, nagbabago ito time to time. Hindi lang ito every month, kahit nga every day nagbabago to eh. Kasi ito yung parang kumbaga, kung ihahalimbawa ko, ito yung parang panahon, yung weather forecast natin. Na bawat oras nagbabago. Kala mo kamakulimlim lang, tapos biglang umaraw, tapos biglang umulan. This changes, this variability of the changes or the condition of the organization is defined by your leading indicator. Kasi doon mo malalaman, o teka, effective ba yung ginagawa ko ngayon? Parang hindi eh. Baguhin ko kaya? Improve ko kaya natin? O dagdagan kaya natin to? Or baka baka mali naman from the start yung ating ginagamit na indicator from this So that is a complement to your lagging indicator. Lagging indicator defines what you have achieved, so that you will be able to meet your objective. But along the way, you can change your indicators so that you'll be able to reach your objective. And that is your leading indicator. Ilang beses ba ako nag-conduct ng inspection ngayong araw na to? Ilan po ba ang mga findings na na-achieve ko ngayong audit na to? Gaano ba ka-effective yung aking waste management program na ginawa? Ilan ba, for example, ilan ba ang ilang number of how we call this, nakalimutan ko yung terminal, sorry. So you will see yung progress of the leading indicator is progress. Ilang trainings ba ang nagawa ko ngayong taon na to or itong linggong ito para with regards to my objective. So these are what you call leading indicators kasi you can adjust anytime that you want. But for example, okay, after ko nagbigay ng waste management program, tapos nagbigay ako ng awareness training. Nag-improve siya, tumaas yung dami ng recycled material ko. The amount of my recycled material is nothing but your lagging indicator because that is something, an output of your process. So when you want to establish your KPIs, make sure that you have both leading and lagging indicators so that it will be working hand in hand. Hindi ka lang parang nag-aantay na may nangyari sa ginawa mo kasi ang mga indicators na ginamit mo ay lagging lang. Hindi naman po pwedeng puro leading lang. Naggawa ka lang ng gawa ng leading, awareness, training, puro gano'n na lang. Hindi mo alam kung paano mo siya i-measure, no? Yun yung lagging indicator mo. So, making sure that both these two are working together is the essence of teaching this management system. It's not a templated management system. In the first place, the management system standard itself is already a template. Bakit namin tinuturo ito mga to para iakma ito dun sa organisasyon ninyo. Ngayon, you may be using other references but at the end of the day, wala naman po masama na mangopya. Gamitin lang po natin yung utak natin. Hindi yung basta copy-paste lang ng word for word. If you know what you are using, there's nothing wrong about copying, getting the ideas of someone as long as you are recognizing itong mga kinokopya ninyo. Wala naman po problema, wala naman secret sa health and safety and environment. Pero wag naman po yung parang recto style na copy-paste, wala man lang, hindi man lang binasa at hindi man lang naisip or pinag-isipan. So I hope that I answered the question ng ating participant. Salamat po.
Thank you po, Doc. Mukhang nasagot naman po ata. Sir? Sir?
Sir, last na po. May
Okay po. Last question na po tayo kay Sir Panfilo. Sige lang, sir.
Sa FILSA, sana yung sa KPI, meron kayong training. Kahit health environment. Lang man siya tanong. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Panfilo. Actually, darating po tayo dyan, no? At the moment, teka lang. At the moment po, we're just finishing our obviously the management system. May mga naka-line up rin po tayong training, and obviously one of the planned trainings po is KPI. Importante po yan. Kaya syempre, hiling lang po namin is tuloy-tuloy po kayong umattend ng training namin, and also please like, share and comment sa Facebook page po. I-share niyo yung video ng training natin sa Facebook para makapanood din yung mga ano natin, no. Iba pang Pilipino na baka hindi pa naka-attend ng training na FILSA, and syempre invite niyo na rin next time. Iwan lang rin po kayo ng konting comment po, no. It will really matter a lot sa ating Facebook page. So muli, sige po sir. Sige.
Sorry lahat, ilan na lang po ba dito ang mga hindi miyembro ng FILSA? Kasi honestly po, nanghihinayang ako kung itong mga bagay na tinuturo namin ay hindi niyo laging matatanggap o makukuha just because you are not part of our group. We are not aiming for numbers. Honestly speaking, we don't care about numbers. Although we are managing the system which requires metrics and measurement. We don't care about that. What we are after here is that lahat po sana, hanggang sa kaya namin, is ma-reach out namin dito sa pagtuturo namin. And that can only be possible kung part po namin kayo. So it will be easier for us to disseminate this information and knowledge kasi isa lang naman po ang aming bibig. Pag sama-samahin pa, kumpara kung marami po yung makakaintindi neto, masasabi sa iba, mapapass on, word of mouth, mas para sa tingin namin, mas magiging effective yung trainings na binibigay namin kasi mas malawak yung nare-reach out namin. So I hope that take advantage of the opportunity that we have this platform, and as much as possible, try to be part of this group. As I said, we don't care about the numbers. Especially, we are providing quality trainings. Free trainings. Kahit di kayo kumuha ng certificate, okay lang. Pero ang punto namin is natutunan ninyo yung pinagsasabi namin dito. And we are confident na hindi lang naman din kayo magiging komportable nang wala kayong proof of learning. That's why we believe na kahit na option yung pagkuha ng certificate, you will be aiming for that. Because if you are confident and proud of the learnings that you've got, obviously dapat meron kang proof of evidence. Management system tayo, importante yung ebidensya. So as I said, marami pong salamat sa mga umattend, and sana po sa susunod, lahat po ng mga mukha ninyo ay makita namin bilang parte ng aming grupo. Welcome po in advance sa lahat. Thank you po.
Galing mo, Doc. Doc, tama yung mga sinabi mo, no? Yun lang naman ang hiling natin. I-like, comment, i-share yung mga post natin, yung mga ginagawa nating trainings, no? Ang kaligayahan natin, makapag-impart ng knowledge. Kasi ang purpose talaga natin is to elevate yung standards ng safety sa Pilipinas. At kung sila magiging kasama natin hanggang sa huli, obviously, ma-apply natin yung international practice, malaking bagay po 'yan sa ating bansa, no. Opo. Kaya po sa next week, OSH naman ho tayo, management system. Sana mag-attend pa rin kayo at mas gagandahan ho natin at i-request ko mga officer na mag-participate at mag-share ng kanilang mga mga knowledge and experience po.